Okay, before we get started with our little streamy stream here, I'm gonna do the spoiler warnings now, like how we tend to do things here and there and stuff like that, because we are pretty much near the end of the Arcueid Route in Tsukihime Remake. We are specifically starting day 11 out of 14 here. If we're able to, this could be the final session, depending on how this goes. We are streaming a bit earlier than usual. At least want to try to. If not, this is gonna be the penultimate part, and the next one will be the final session. But either way, if this was the original Tsukihime, this would be like the final day we were on, like right now, actually. But yeah, either way, I'm gonna do like my usual spoiler proofing here. In which case we're gonna have follower mode on and incoming raids are off and stuff like that. So yeah, the spoiler warning, don't talk about them either. I know I've been mentioning stuff that happens in Melty Blood, which is like a spoiler in itself, but still, that you know, like, courtesy. But either way. But yeah, hi, hello. Making sure we are all set to go here a little bit. Hope everyone is having a decent Monday, a little bit decent Sunday. It was probably Monday when it uploads, so it fits a little bit. Summer Games Done Quick is starting this week, actually, a little bit, so might take some days to watch some of that and look at some cool speedrun stuff here and shit. But yeah, looking like a little rainy on my end a little bit. The weather said it was going to be sunny today, and they're wrong. Like, damn it. Who would have thought? So things hiccup here and there. My apologies. And shit like that. But yeah, yeah, I think we're pretty much ready to get going here. The original Tsukihime music about to, like, fade out in a second here. I think we're pretty much ready to get going here a little bit. Really good fucking version of this theme, by the way. Yeah, because yeah, I'm playing this literally just off of the browser. And you could play the original Tsukihime off here and stuff like that. It's like sukiweb.holofield.fr and stuff like that. I've just been like vibing to this music here and stuff like that and shit. Should be fading out in a second here, a little bit. Yeah, sounds about to do it right now here. Okay. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna close that tab now, and we're gonna open up the capture. And make sure this sounds alright, because there's a good chance that the audio is gonna, like, clip out a little bit here. And no, I think we're good. I think we're probably good here. I'll fix some things. I'll do the usual, like, replug it and plug it back in if it starts to cut out again. A little bit and stuff like that. But yeah, I think we're pretty much ready to get going here. So let's freaking do that, shall we? Let's freaking do that. Let's do the Tsukihime Remake in-game, everyone. Oh my god. Let's get the PNG tuber on screen. Let me do the freaking... There we go. Hi, hello. Hello. It is me, Laggy. The Laguo Jadeheart, your favorite little fishman VTuber. And yeah, like I said, welcome to potentially the finale, if not the penultimate session. The pre-finale of Tsukihime Remake, A Piece of Blue Glass Moon. I'm gonna pick up my controller real quick here. Gonna unplug it as well. There we go. We're gonna turn it back on. Alright, we're good. Ooh-wee. So a lot happened last time, a little bit. Oh my god. If we like go in the flowchart here a little bit. Because, yeah, we have currently gone up to day 10 of the Arcueid Route here. Started off pretty swell, a little bit. Yeah, I think we start off of, day 9, actually, here. Just the usual stuff here. Yeah, it's kind of like... Yeah, not really a whole lot happened here. This is like when Sheikah was not really feeling too well, so he can hang out with Arc and stuff like that to do the usual night mission. And that kind of leads into this scene here where she comes to our rooms like, you didn't keep your promise, and then something, we go on a date with her. It's a pretty cute one and stuff like that. She puts on a dress and everything here. Got cute little character moments here and there and stuff like that. And then it kind of comes to a head at this part here. This is kind of something I've been thinking about because I have very conflicted feelings on how this is like executed a little bit. Because it's like after date scene or whatever and stuff like that, and it's like Shiki's just like it's still good over your vampire, you don't drink blood or whatever, and Arcueid's like bet like fucking and it kind of leads into this here, which is like I don't know how to like articulate this feeling, this complicated feeling I have towards the scene. I think it's more like the aspect of like Arcueid is going up and be like, hey, what if you want to see me do something funny here? Like fucking which I guess you could probably see this as some sort of like romantic undertext. Because these characters do have feelings for each other. Very complicated feelings for each other, without a doubt. But I feel like it's just a way it kind of comes off. It feels like a little bit, this was not a good idea. What are you two fucking doing? Like, I know you two probably like each other a little bit there. I know. Even though there's a lot going on between you two in their own separate ways a little bit. Like, I know we saw, like, last time a little bit, Arcueid. It's like a little funk with Shiki's blood or whatever. And then Shiki is Shiki. So yeah, this kind of just comes to a head to another powder keg situation here. It was just a bad joke, even though she mouthed an apology in this. Yeah. And is where Mario and Noelle shows up here. I mean, yeah, we get to learn more about good old honest mids Michael Roa a little bit. Arcueid's target here and stuff like that. And they give more details here. Yeah, and then we get to meet Arcueid again in the bloody alley here, where the thing happens. A thing that happens where I'm kind of surprised they were able to, like, without a doubt, they had to cut some corners. They cannot do that again, like off of the original Tsukihime, because I did go back to the original, look at that stuff, just to compare and contrast here, and just like, whoa. But I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting they had the balls to like adapt this here, because yeah, there's like one sex scene that's not in this, like in the original whatever and stuff like that. Like after Neko, not Neko, Nero Chaos, whatever the fuck his name is, that for obvious reasons is not here. But they were still able to get this, which for what it's worth, I feel like it is important in the grand scheme of things a little bit. But I'm still surprised that they were able to like just get away with this, because I could definitely imagine is why this part of this is why this visual novel took so long in like development hell, whatever, and stuff like that, and even like localized for, like 3 years after the fact, and still not on Steam, whatever, and because they're kind of like very arbitrarily on the NSFW stuff or whatever and stuff. It's interesting. I think it's interesting that they were able to do this stuff, even with just doing what they can, like cut some corners here and there and shit like that. And stuff like that. But yeah, with that in mind, content warning? Because, ooh, things got a little dire here a little bit. So yeah, that's currently where we're off right now a little bit, Arcueid. So like, I think it's better off we don't see each other ever again after that. And Shiki's now gonna be down in the slumps because of it, probably, so yeah, maybe things can turn around a little bit. Let's see. Let's go and get into the Blood Red Moon 2, day 11. What if it was Blood Red Moon 11 and day 2 a little bit? That'd be crazy, huh? It's morning. I feel for my glasses and put them on before I open my eyes. The sky outside the window is a beautiful, gentle blue. But no amount of sun could brighten my mood. The reason for my misery is obvious. I can't shake the image of her moonlit profile as she apologized to me. It'll be better for the both of us. What did she mean by that? Was she asking me to forget what I did to her in the alley? Or did she want me to forget all about her? Either way, that's not going to happen. There's no way I could forget even a moment of our time together. I stared down at my hands. My fingers still recall the feel of her body, the smoothness of her skin, the way she felt cool to the touch yet warm at the same time. Now all I've got are regrets. If she decided to kill me back then, I wouldn't have begrudged her one bit. But despite my guilt, a selfish thought rears its head. Why couldn't I have had more control over myself? When my fingers coursed across her body, I was little more than an animal. Had I possessed more of my senses, had I been more human, it could have been... I bite back at my self-indulgent fantasies. Her gold eyes aren't what made me lose it. When was it that I started to feel this way? Without realizing it, without even knowing why, I've fallen for her. I felt like this for so long now, maybe from the moment she said she'd forgive me for the things I did to her. It was never about Ro to begin with. I've been crazy about Arcueid since day one. But now, it's probably for the best if we don't meet again. I can't stop thinking of how lonely her smile felt back then. It's too late. If I noticed sooner, I never would have made her feel that way. The morning plays out as usual. Hisui comes to wake me up. I find Nakia and Kohaku in the parlor. We exchange pleasantries before I head to school. The same mundane routine. This peace and quiet was what we put our lives on the line for. I should be happy. I didn't lose anything. Yet I feel empty. Like a machine blankly following its pre-programmed commands. I perform my morning regimen before leaving for school. The students near the gate look cheerful. As I pick up bits of conversation here and there, I realize everyone's chatting about their weekend plans.
そっか。今日は金曜日だったっけ?
I was so caught up in Hurricane Arcueid that I completely lost track of what day it is. We first met on a Friday morning too. She was right here, waiting for me by the crossing.
あいつ、笑ってたんだよな。
From that very first day, she always had a smile on her face. Even as she was laying in ambush for a murderer, not once did she lose that mischievous glint in her eyes.
なんでだろうな。理由ぐらいは聞いてみたい。
The chance to ask her has come and gone. There's no way I'll find a way for me in the park again. I take my seat. There's 5 more minutes until homeroom. With nothing else to do, I look over the schoolyard from the window.
おはようさん。ここんところ欠席が目立ちますが、ついに本気出してきましたか?
I heave a long, drawn-out sigh. Normally I exchange bards with them. I just don't have the energy for it today.
なんだよ、またえらく元気がないな。昨日は学校に来ない。来たら来たで抜け殻とはね。やだやだ。遠野がそんなんだと学校に来ても面白くもなんともない。
Arahiko slumps his shoulders in an exaggerated motion.
悪いけど、今日は一人にしてくれ。いいだろう、俺なんかいなくても。お前には先輩がいるんだから。いや、むしろ俺がいない方がラッキーなんじゃないか。
あ？先輩って、俺3年に知り合いはいねえけど。
何言ってるんだお前。先輩は。
My sentence stopped short. Who was I talking about again? Neither of us know any of the third years. Oh,
と時間だな。
what happened to
それ
CL?
じゃまた昼飯時に。
Was CL even real? Oh my god. Arihiko slips out of the classroom's back door. Just as he leaves, the door at the front opens to let in Miss Noel. Or not. It turns out to be the homeroom teacher of the net class next door.
あれ、マクマ先生、ここ 2C ですよ。間違いました？
間違いじゃありませんよ。それがですね、皆さんのクラスの担任さんは今朝学校をお辞めになられたというか。
The laid-back math teacher explains the situation in an apathetic tone.
嘘！ノエル先生いねえの？
教師ってそんな簡単にやめられるものなんですか？
1週間持たないとか自由にも程がある。
やっぱビッチ系だったか、あの肉食。
Wails of despair erupt from Miss Noel's dedicated male fan club. It finally clicks in my head. In this place so far removed from everything, something as trivial as a teacher quitting forces me to face reality. It's really over. Miss Noel was only ever our substitute teacher to observe me, or rather, the person she believed to be the vampire Roa. If she's gone, it means her work here is done. I'm now completely free from the whole vampire ordeal. Not a single thread connects me to it any longer. Class is in for today. With tomorrow being Saturday, the students scare off like an army of arachnids the second the final bell rings. I'm a little curious, because isn't it like in Japan, they have like 6 school days on Saturday, and Sunday is like their weekend only free day? Here's like, no, Saturday and Sunday is like usual over here. Probably like, I don't know. Someone could probably correct me on that or just give more info. Why this case here, this is like something, I don't know. I fulfilled all my scholarly obligations for today. The rest of the day is time I could dedicate to myself. So I'll just... What should I be doing? I'm like a kite cut loose from its string. Gone is my obligation to protect this place. Gone is our mission to rid the city of vampires. I'm bereft of the one driving force that guided me for the past week. Who cares anymore? Might as well take a nap here. It'd be a perfectly sensible thing for an ordinary person to do. She's gone. Miss Noel is gone too. Maybe... I got myself in too deep with this vampire business. The executor said that for humans, there's no such thing as a good vampire. Can I really still believe she's good after seeing her like that? It'd be smarter to go home while you still can. This might be your last chance to pretend you are never involved in any of this. The blonde-headed kid's warning resonates in my mind. Yeah, Shiki, look on the bright side. You can finally say goodbye to this vampire crap and go back to living a normal life. I'll pretend that none of this ever happened. I love this quote. Look upon reality in the end. Yeah, I'm feeling like looking upon reality here.
そうだな。ここが潮時だ。それは間違いない。
I can't see her again. How could I after what I did? But even so, I'm determined to fulfill my promise to her one last time. If I have the chance to come face to face with the things I couldn't do, I have to take it. And perhaps once I do that, I'll be able to put these emotions to rest. I stand in front of the disaster's ruins. 6 days have passed since the fire. The area is now completely silent. The ruins are little more than a cruel reminder of the tragedy that took place. Not a trace remains of the once popular park in front of the station. This place used to be so full of life, full of people unknown to me, with whom I never crossed paths. I never knew them, yet I can't just let it go. Yet I can just let go, as I never knew them. It would be easy enough to absolve myself of any guilt, especially when I had no hand in this. If ignorance is a sin, then all humans are sinners. If sincerity is evil, then all of humanity is damned. So why should I hang my head here? I can't let myself lament the deaths of strangers. Mourning the dead out of my own arbitrary feelings of sadness is just wrong. Instead, farewells ought to be used to reflect on our time with them. The tears we shed should honor their memory as well as their deeds. Tears or apologies born out of sorrow are nothing more than the rituals we perform for our own selfish ends. That should mean I can just turn back and put this all behind me. Or so I thought.
バカか俺は。
Despite everything, I can't seem to pull myself away. I shouldn't feel this sadness. I shouldn't feel this self-righteousness. At the end of the day, I should just be looking out for myself. And yet, I keep coming to the same conclusion. You can't just call it quits after you've lost it all. Once you've done everything you can, you should let the curtain fall with your head held high. It feels like a stranger taught me that once upon a time. Footsteps echo behind me. I look over to see her. Oh! A girl wearing our school uniform, though I don't recognize her face. And while I feel like I should know her, I can't even recall her name.
こんにちは。あなたも献花に来たんですか？
Yeah, what the hell happened here? Did we just get, at some point in this journey, we get memory wiped here? We don't remember CL? Like, fucking...
いや、俺は。
Her eyes are locked on the area in front of the barricade. The place is covered in bouquets. They rustle in unison, as if in remembrance of the dearly departed.
俺は自分を確かめに来ただけなんだ。それももう半分ぐらい答えは出た。結局
There's no way I can turn my back to these vampires. I can't forget about Roa. And I definitely can't forget about her.
やっぱりそうでしたか。困った人ですね。
She never once looks at me. Nor do I look at her. It seems the polite thing to do for someone who came all this way to offer warming to us. It seems... I kind of read this fucking wrong. Seems a polite thing to do for someone who came all this way to offer a warning to a stranger.
ロアを追うということは、彼女を追うということです。その意味が分かっていますか？
分かってます。どの道俺一人じゃ何もできない。
分かっていませんね。彼女を追ってもあなたは殺されるだけです。アルクエイド・ブリュンスタッドとはもうこれ以上あってはいけません。
それはどうして？
一度でも吸血衝動に負けた神祖はもう手遅れだからです。血を吸いたいという欲求は神祖にだってある。いえ、そもそも人間の血を吸いたいという欲求は神祖から人間に移されたもの。使徒は所詮人間の慣れの果てに過ぎない。私たち人間にとって正真正銘の怪物は神祖と呼ばれる始まりの吸血鬼。彼女にとってあなたは協力者である前に血液に過ぎません。
始まりってそれはどういう？
考えたことがない。血を吸われたことで人間が吸血鬼化するのなら、その根源、大元にあたる初めから吸血鬼だった存在がいることを、この生命としての系統樹が異なる吸血種を人間の血なんて必要なく、人たちと同等、いえそれ以上の超越能力を持つ者たち。彼女はその神祖と呼ばれる一族の王族なんです。彼らには身分階級がありませんから、王族というのは正しくはありませんけど。
I'm a little taken aback. That was quite the revelation. Since she'll do or say things completely devoid of common sense, I've jokingly been calling her a princess, but never did I imagine she'd actually be one. Damn. Not even a children's book would include a princess like this stupidly cheerful and reckless.
いいですか。神祖と呼ばれる吸血種には、人たちよりはるかに業の深い吸血衝動がある。神祖たちはもともと人間の血がなくても生存できる。けれど、その誕生にどんな間違いが起こったのか。それが吸血衝動。ただ人間の血が欲しいという思考性です。過去、神祖に襲われればこれに対抗できる人間はいなかった。そして血を吸われた人間は、その時点で人間でなくなってしまう。
No time to drink water.
原因は生命体としてのスケールの違いとも、彼らが血液を魂として捉えているとも言われています。神祖という強大な生命に血を奪われた時点で、人間は人間ではいられなくなる。その神祖の分身、平たく言えば人形になってしまう。仮に血を吸う側の神祖がそれを望まなくとも。
Yeah, sorry, looking at the weather real quick here, and it's like, because yeah, it's currently thundering right now. It's like, uh-oh. Oh man, that's crazy. It was all sunny for the rest of this week. Now it's like 3 days of rain and thunder. Very cool. Like, cool. At least it doesn't look like it'll last for long. At the very least here. So we just gotta survive.
思い出した。使徒は自分の血を送ることで人間を仲間にするんだっけ。逆に神祖ってやつはただ血を吸うだけで人間を犯すってことですか。
ええ。そして問題は、彼らの吸血衝動には理由がないということです。理由がないから止めようがない。神祖という完璧な生命が内包した欠点、死に至る病とでも言えましょうか。彼らは血を吸いたいという衝動を抑えて生きています。それは理性で我慢をするといったレベルの話ではありません。具体的、物理的に彼らは持てるすべての力を使って強大な異能を自身に使うことで、彼らは吸血衝動を抑えている。けれどもし何らかの外的要因でその神祖の能力が低下してしまった場合、
What happens if an external force causes their powers to diminish? Say if someone inflicted a heavy wound and they had to expend a great deal of their power to recover. What if they were killed to such a degree that reviving took nearly all the energy they had? Let's assume Arcueid has 10 units of energy, and let's say she was using 7 of those 10 units to hold back her urges at all times. If she were to then lose 5 of them, that would leave her just 5 units to hold back 7 units worth of desire. That's not enough. What was she taken to make up for that deficit? Deficit here, play.
その衝動とやらを抑えられなくなった神祖は、
もちろん人の血を吸います。その後には何もありません。一度衝動に負けた神祖は、あとは落ちていくだけです。一度血の味を知った神祖は、その衝動による痛みも倍化すると聞きます。結果として もう二度と吸血衝動をこらえることができなくなる。神祖は極めて優れた種ですが、吸血衝動を抑えなくてはいけないため全力を出せません。ですが落ちた神祖はもう自らを束縛する必要がない。あとはただ自らの快楽のために人の血を吸う怪物になる。
I think of how Arcueid looked back then. Her bloodshot eyes, her wild and ragged panting, the way her breath burned against my cheek, my neck rather. It has to be a lie. She told me herself. She's terrified of drinking blood. Terrified for good reason. She knows that once she had a taste, she'd never be able to stop.
ただかろうじて救いがあるとしたら、衝動は突発的なものだということです。神祖たちは一人だけ耐えきれなくなった時のためにしもべを用意しておきます。それが使徒と呼ばれる者たちの始まりですね。彼らはすでに死んでいる使徒、神祖たちに痛み止めとして生かされていた吸血鬼、それがこの町に救っている使徒と区分される吸血鬼の始まりです。ですがアルクエイド・ブリュンスタットにはそのしもべがいない。いえ、今まで必要がなかっただけですね。神祖の中でも特別だった彼女は自らの意志だけで吸血衝動を抑えられていた。ですがそれも昨夜で限界を迎えた。吸血衝動に果てはありませんし、消えることもない。何度も抑えてきた衝動という沈殿物はそのうち器から溢れてしまう。彼らは長く生きれば生きるほど自らに抱えた吸血衝動を肥大化させていってしまう。そうして自分の力だけでは抑えきれなくなった時、自らの衝動が自らの能力を超えてしまった時、彼らは同族の手によって命を絶たれます。それが寿命のない彼らにとっての終わりなんです。
That's awful. They're forced to keep themselves in check, knowing full well what lies in store if they don't. Then the second they slip and reach their limit, they're put down by a friendly face. There's nothing perfect about that. No matter how powerful they are, they're born with a fatal flaw they can never be cured of.
いや、でもあいつは大丈夫だったよ。昨日だってすぐに元に戻ったんだ。今は俺のせいで力が弱ってるけど、怪我さえ治って力を自由に使えるようになれば。
ありえません。だってもともと彼女は限界なんですから。彼女が誕生したのは12世紀と言われています。いくら実際の活動時間が数年に満たないと言っても、彼女の存在時間そのものは変わらない。長く彼女の中にわだかまった衝動はじき彼女自身を食い破ります。彼女は、アルクエイドはもう未来のない命なんです。
For the first time ever, it's not my anemia making me feel lightheaded. The stranger's words struck me with such force that I can hardly see straight. What the hell? So this entire time, Arca was out here hunting vampires, even though she knew she was doomed? That doesn't make any sense. It can't be true.
先輩の話は筋が通らない。だってさ、もう自分がダメだって分かっているやつが俺たちのためなんかに吸血鬼を退治しに来るわけがない。
彼女が吸血鬼を処理するのは私たちのためではありません。
役割って、そんなの誰が決めたんだよ。
彼女以外の神祖たちでしょうね。彼女が生まれた12世紀は最も落ちた神祖がはびこった時代です。神祖たちは落ちた神祖もその神祖がいたずらに増やしていく使徒も放ってはおけなかった。 その手段として、ただ殺すためだけの、それ以外のことを何も必要としない純粋な真相を誕生させ、それがアルクエイドという真相なんです。彼女はミサイルみたいなもので、ひとたび城から放たれれば最後、標的になった吸血鬼は確実に滅び去ったという話です。
Another wave of dizziness. Stop. Please stop talking about her like that. She can bleed. She knows pain. She feels pain. And still she decided to help all of us. She's a kind, soft-hearted person. Quit describing her like she's some kind of weapon.
いえ、兵器なんですよ。もともと彼女はそういった意味合いでのみ存在を許されていた。ですから、この町に来てからの彼女はどうかしていたんでしょうね。あんなに話をする彼女を見たのは初めてです。もともと彼女は言葉を口にすることさえなかったのですから。
Huh? Are we talking about the same Arcueid here? The one that never knows when to shut up?
だって彼女は余分なことはしないんです。昔から、もう何百年も昔から彼女はそうやって生きてきた。あの三冠の古城に生を受けた時から。
My vision clouds over as the beating my heart echoes in my ears. Where is this? I see something that I shouldn't know. A memory that I'm not supposed to have. Huh? A paradise lost in the mountains. A field composed of dawn. And the image of the inner sea. Oh. At the center of this castle lies a courtyard. Amidst a sea of white flowers stands a lone woman, eyes closed, adrift in a dream.
彼女には余分な知識も自由もありませんでした。倒すべき対象が決定された時だけ外に出される。その時に応じた知識を教え込まれて、確実に敵を処刑できるように。
There's no one else. No one to talk to. No one to come across.
定められた吸血鬼を殺して帰ってきた彼女は、知識を洗い流されて、眠りにつかされます。何も知らないまま。吸血鬼を殺すこと以外に意義を持たないよう。
She has nothing. Not the simple joy of meeting someone's gaze. Not the fulfillment of conversation with another. From the start, she was never given any choice in the matter.
彼女の力は、落ちた神祖たちさえ滅ぼせるほど強力だった。けれど、皮肉ですね。あまりに強大すぎる能力が災いして、姫と称えていながら、誰も彼女には近寄らなかった。城を与えられていながら、彼女の世界は薄暗い地下室だけだった。神祖たちは兵器の手入れをするように彼女を扱った。パンを焼く機能も、洗濯物を洗ってくれる機能も不要です。そんな余分なものを付属させるなら、もっと兵器らしい機能を付属させるでしょ。
I was always taught never to allow myself any excess. Her tone was almost sing-song, and that explains why her eyes felt so hollow when she said she could only rely on herself. She's never needed anyone. Not that anyone was ever there. She might not even have realized it.
神祖たちが彼女に求めたものは高い殺傷能力だけ。故に彼女は何も知らない。言葉も感情も存在しない。非人間である死とよりもっと上のモンスター。生きている意味も意義もあの生き物には初めから存在しない。
Maybe that was once the case, but every single time I saw her, she seemed so cheerful, always laughing and smiling over the most trivial things. So I just assumed she must have always been like that. What a cruel assumption to make. All along, that girl was actually... Was I really right before? When all this has been so much fun? I never imagined I could be so happy just being alive. Back then, I could understand what she was going on about. Yet, in that twilight classroom, she tried to work through her insecurities with me, her voice hardly above a whisper.
アルクエイドは長く活動しているくせに、生きるという意味合いを私たちより知り得ていない。彼女が行動を許されていたのは、活動時間に換算すると、驚くほど短いんです。夢すら見ないようでは、そこに人間性など発生するはずがありません。
Really? Just talking is plenty fun for me.
そうして、落ちた真相をすべて処断した後、一応の目的が済んだわけですから、真相たちも彼女にまともな教育を施そうとしたのでしょうね。けれど、彼女は自由にはなれなかった。本当に些細な間違いで、城に残った真相たちを皆殺しにしてしまったから。
I see. Her entire life she'd been raised to kill vampires, so she dutifully fulfilled their orders until no more remain. Until only she was left.
同族であり親である真相たちを処断した後、彼女は自分から城に閉じこもりました。もう誰もいなくなった真相たちの城の玉座。城壁から伸びた千の鎖につながれて、ロアという吸血鬼が転生するたびに、眠りから覚めて、わずかな間だけ活動する。
She lived in such a fixed, preordained world. A world where she never got to speak a single word.
これが、アルクエイド・ブリュンスタッドの正体です。彼女は根っからの処刑人。自分を縛っていた真相たちがいなくなっても、まだ吸血鬼殺しだけを目的にして、はい。彼女には、それ以外の楽しみがないのでしょう。
You've got it wrong. That isn't what makes her happy. How didn't I pick up on this before? She always spoke so cheerfully and smiled so radiantly. If only I looked more closely, I would have noticed. I would have seen just how lonely she'd been up to now. The fun of talking nonsense with someone until you lose all sense of time. The satisfaction you get from spending an entire day doing nothing, which most people take for granted. It's the little things in life, the trivial, everyday moments that make her truly happy.
嘘。
The worst thing is, I don't think she even realized what a ridiculous sad life she's been leading. I can't accept that this is what her life was like. It's just far too unfair, like some cruel joke.
全部。
Back then, I barely scraped together half an answer. And for the rest of my life, I might find myself pondering what that same question. But at the very least, I figured out what I want to do right now. She doesn't need to find joy from the mundane things in life. All I have to do is make her see that happiness is only a hand's grasp away. Then I'm sure she...
Moshi.
The unfamiliar third year shakes me from my thoughts. This is Shikitona's reality now. And though it took me far too long to get here, I finally managed to clear my head.
私の話、聞いてました？
いや、ごめん。記憶にない。先輩が話してたようにも聞こえたし、他の誰かが話してるようにも聞こえてました。
Yeah, severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. All right, cool. God damn it. Yeah, literally just got the notification tier too. Okay, awesome. Oh my god, fuck. The girl sighs and nods with a hint of understanding.
つまりですね。
もういいですよ。アルクエイドが何をしていようが、どんなにめちゃくちゃなやつだろうが、そもそもあいつを殺したのは俺なんだし、俺はちゃんと自分のしでかしたことの責任を倍にして返さないと。
That's the only thing I want to do right now. I don't want her to be alone anymore.
そうですか。ですが、それは本当にあなたが負うべき責任なんですか？
To be honest, it isn't on me, no matter how much I might protest otherwise. I understand why this girl is telling me I should remain impartial. Am I really fighting Arcueid's enemy to save the city? It sounds so nice when it's put like that, but I know that isn't the truth. What I'm actually doing is killing a complete stranger on Arcueid's behalf.
でも、
I shift my gaze up. In front of me are the bouquet of flowers left as offerings to the dead. When I look behind me, the city looks as it always has, alive and well. Ah. A wave of dizziness sweeps over me. It's all so bright. Everything I couldn't save, and everything that she risked her life to protect. A place of happiness that should be cherished and safeguarded above all else. I'm so pathetic.
でも、俺にはそういうものと同じぐらい、あいつが人間なんて気にしない吸血鬼だって言うのなら、俺は吸血鬼なんて気にしない。
I know that's a terrible thing for someone to boldly proclaim. I'd be no different from Vlav or Roa, a disgrace to humanity. But if it'll let me stay with Arcueid, I'll do it.
はあ、呆れました。ここまで言っても無駄な人とは思いませんでした。
申し訳ありません。頑固なのは妹譲りらしくて。
妹さんね。まあ、いいですけど。せっかくですから、おまけの忠告です。一度吸血衝動を抑えられなかった真祖は立ち直れない。もし彼女があなたの前に現れたとしたら。
I don't doubt that she believes full-heartedly in what she's saying. But what I know about Arcueid is just as true.
そんなことはないですよ。だって、あいつはまだ血を吸ってないんだから。
いいえ、ノエルが止めていなければ、あなたは吸われていました。
違う。だって、止まったんだ。あいつは大丈夫だったんだよ。
That's right. Arcueid would have stopped herself just in time.
つける薬がありませんね。そろそろ飛行機の時間ですので、失礼します。うるさい上司が来て、左遷されてしまったので。
She walks past me. In the end, we never made eye contact, nor did she mention her name. Without another word, she passes me by.
あ、でも一つだけ。俺からも質問です。どうして俺だけ先輩を覚えていたんですか？
What? I may not remember her name anymore, but I definitely remember her.
そんなの、単に消し忘れただけですよ。
Oh, okay.
それも、これでおしまいですけどね。
The flowers swayed gently in the breeze. When I turn to look, I see the back of someone who was once my upperclassman, but I remember neither her face nor her name. Her footsteps fade into the distance. With one last bow before the rubble, I head back to where I'm supposed to be. I make my way to the mansion. I decide not to drop by Arcueid's apartment. There's no way she'd be there anyway. Besides, I have other things to attend to. I'll go look for Arcueid later.
お帰りなさいませ、四季様。
Hisui greets me upon my return.
ただいま。いつもありがとう、翡翠。
I express my sincere gratitude. Hisui's probably been waiting on me every single day. I'm running so ragged I never paused to consider the problems I've caused for her. So, I wanted to come home before sundown at least once, to allow her to properly carry out her duties. After eating dinner with Akia, I head for my room. At least for tonight, I played the part of the perfect brother. I haven't managed to hold a decent conversation with Akia and Kohaku. Compared to usual, anyway. As soon as I get back to my room, I gather up my things. There isn't much, mostly school supplies, really. My knife, which I've grown rather fond of, is already safely tucked away in my pocket, so that only leaves my smartphone and the white ribbon.
さて。
After giving my room a quick clean, I take a deep breath. I didn't think I'd be saying goodbye to a room twice in such a short span of time. Okay, I fully intend to return, but I'm covering my bases. It doesn't have to show my gratitude now, just in case it's a one-way trip. I turn off the lights. The clock reads 9:30. It's the perfect time for me to leave the mansion. It's a little before 10 when I arrive at the park. There's not a single soul to be found. Taking a seat on the bench, I count the ticking of the clock while I wait for Arcueid. For a moment I consider roaming the city in search of her again, but that would be an exercise in futility. If she wants to avoid me, I won't find her, let alone catch her.
だから、ここでいい。
We did make a promise, after all, that we meet here. There's still time to fulfill that promise tonight. I won't fail to keep my word again. And if Arcueid cares enough too, then she'll be here. Having faith and waiting for her is the best I can do right now. Time passes. The hands on the clock steadily carve away the hours. The weight is suffocating. My body can't stand even another second. What am I doing? Sitting here like some lawn ornament? I should be out there looking for her. In stark contrast to my body, my mind remains calm. I look up at the night sky and the brilliant moon. It's awfully quiet, as if this was composed solely of me and her. If I can wait under the circumstances, nothing will deter me. I'll stay as long as it takes. I'll happily suffocate if necessary. The moon was so bright before, but now its general glow is fading. There's only 3 hours left till dawn. Once the sun rises, it'll be all over. It will mean that the nights Arcueid and I spent happily hunting down vampires behind us for good. Not that I can do anything about that now. A pitiful sigh escapes my lips. I'm not sure if I should laugh or just wallow in despair. Either way, there's not much else I can do. That's when I spot a silver of white in the shadows. She must believe she's hidden, but she's tragically unsuited for stealth.
おい、もう3時だぞ。いつまで待たせるんだ。
I call out from my spot on the bench. A surprised gasp betrays her cover. Arcueid reveals herself a few seconds later. She's like a startled rabbit in a snowy field. Arcueid doesn't say a word. She won't meet my eye or get any closer either.
アルクエイド。
I say her name, but she doesn't acknowledge me. It's a struggle to find the words. Everything I thought of earlier vanished the second I saw her. Shit, what can I even say to get her smiling again? I'm scared anything I tell her will only make her more sad. Time feels like it's slowing down, stretching into eternity. Yet the hands of a clock would say hardly a moment has passed. When Arcueid looks up, she flinches, like she were looking into a bright light.
四季、いつまでも帰らないんだもの。放っておけなくて来ちゃったわ。本当はこのまま部屋に帰ろうって思ってたのに。
Her voice trembles a little here and there, but she seems more like her cheerful self from before.
そりゃ帰らないよ。お前はもう会わないとか言ってたけど、それとこれとは別問題だろ。ここで待ち合わせるのが俺たちの約束だ。一緒に吸血鬼を倒してくれるんだろ。
No time to drink water.
It's time to drink water.
Probably gonna speed run through like the voice dialogue here a little so I can get through this faster here. And so like try to like pace this with like the voice acting here a little bit. So please stop looking at me like that. If you don't, I won't be able to refrain from grabbing you with everything I've got.
信じられない。まだ。
ああ。アルクエイドとの約束、今夜はまだ。お前の手助け。
いいよ。もう、四季は一人で帰って。ドアのことなら、私が何とか。
いいって。何が。
言うまでもないでしょ。やっぱり私は私は四季に助けてもらう資格なんてなかった。協力なんて求めてはいけない。そんなことにも気づかないままで、私はあと少しだから。
It's fine, she mutters under her breath. I fight back the urge to yell at her. That ship sailed a long time ago. I knew what I was in for the second I told her I'd help out. I knew. I still promised to help. So, I refuse to let it end like this.
アルクエイド、ここでのことなら気にする必要はないだろう。
Yeah, expect to stop location at 3:11 p.m. Okay, thank you.
お前は体が
Or
弱ってて
thunderstorm stuff, sorry.
ただ疲れていただけなんだ。俺はバカだからさ。お前の嘘に気づいてやれなかった。お前を苦しめてたのは
あいつら。埋葬。
Arcueid sighs, looking more exhausted than upset.
ああ、話は全部聞いた。お前には問題なんてないよ。今は苦しいけど、何日かすれば元に戻るんだろう。なら、気にするそれにあの夜だって、あんなに苦しそうだったのに、ちゃんと我慢できた。
Arcueid's smile was weak and wary.
四季は全然わかってない。無理なのよ。私は今でも四季の血が欲しいと思っているんだから。
思ってるだけだろ。今までだって、そうやっ。
そうよね。今までそうやっ。けど、もう私は浅はかで、吸血鬼殺しだけが私の意味なのに。何も知らなければ、何かを欲しいだなんて思うこともなかった。四季なんかに頼る。そうすれば、一人で。
Damn it, I just don't know how to deal with her. I'm the worst. I'm so mad. It makes me want to cry. She should have done it all alone. I'm not sure if she's lying to herself or just putting on a brave face. But who does she think she's fooling with that miserable expression?
まくれ。いい加減にしろ、この最上級バカ女。
I'm at my limit. I jump from the bitch and yell at her.
最上級バカって言った今。
ああ、気に食わなければ惑星級でも銀河級でも何でも付け足してやる。
What the hell?
やがって。何が自分だけで敵を追ってればよかっただ。一人じゃ無理だから、一人じゃできないことがあるって気づいたから、俺に手を貸せって言ったんだろ。俺が助ける。何があっても、お前が何でも、俺はずっとお前を
For her own sake.
二度ともういいなんて。
Not when you finally found that little bit of happiness in your life. You can't just give up on that so easily.
四季、あなた泣いてるの？
わけないだろ。なんで俺がお前のために泣かなくちゃいけないんだ。
And if I were, they'd be tears of rage. My emotions must be out of whack from all the nonsense Arcueid keeps spouting.
もうとにかく吸血鬼探しは続けるからな。ロアとかいうやつを殺せばお前だって休めるんだろ。そうすれば万事解決だ。
I keep my back to her so she can't see me tearing up. Arcueid quietly listens, a terrible calm in her eyes, before shaking her head.
でもやっぱりダメなんだ。あの時四季の首筋に触れた時、一瞬だけ止まったのは四季が私、今まで何人もの人間に怖がられてきた。だから自分に向けられる剣をの。でもおかしいよね。四季が私をそういう風に見るのだけはすごく嫌だったんだ。
She laughs. A dry, forced laugh.
違う。俺は怖がってなんかいない。あれはいきなりのことだったから。
It's a lie. A lie so obvious it wouldn't even fool me. With a pained expression, Arcueid refuses to look me in the eye. Here I go again, ignoring what Master once taught me. If you tell a lie that can't even fool yourself, you'll just hurt the other person.
私が一瞬だけ止まったのは四季にそんな目で見られるのが怖かった。この先もあんな目で見られたら私はきっと壊れてしまう。だから四季とはそれがきっと。待っていてくれてありがとう四季。でも待ち合わせはここで終わり。私たちきっと慣れ。
She turns her back to me, so as to avoid my gaze. She might be right. If we hadn't gotten this close, then none of this would have happened. I could have returned to my day-to-day routine, and Arcueid would have gone back to being alone. Then neither of us would have to worry for the other.
そうだな。本当に。けど俺だっていつまでも。
Arcueid doesn't answer, but I notice the slightest trim in her shoulders.
町のことは心配しないで。私は絶対にロアを殺す。だから四季はもういいの。この
Though I can't see her face, her voice still lacks her usual cheer. I can't stand it anymore. I've tried to be mature about this, but even I have my limits.
バカ。俺が心配し。
I close in on Arcueid. She looked like she might run away at any moment, so I placed my hand on her shoulder and spun her around before she could find the chance.
四季。
はっきり言わなくちゃわかんないんなら口にする。いいか。俺が手助けをすると言ったのは自分が住んでいる町を守るとか、そんなご大層な理由なんて。
It's the first time I'm admitting it out loud. All the cards are on the table. But it's the truth, plain and simple.
単純にお前が好きだから、お前の力になりたかったから協力するって言ったんだ。それを今さらなかったことになんてできない。
I say it as it is, and throw my arms around their trembling body. I don't sense any resistance in her voice. But she's stunned, frozen in my embrace.
お前が俺の血を欲しいと思っているのなら
The gentle brush of her breath makes my throat seize up.
四季痛い
Her voice caresses my ear in a way that makes my heart leap.
そんなものホワイトだ
I send a longing glance her way, an illicit confession of a desire best unsaid.
俺だってずっとお前が欲しいって思ってたこうしている今もアルクエイドの心音を聞いて
My arms are wrapped firmly around her, our chests pressed close. I feel the drumming of her heart.
違うよ四季それは
それでもいい今アルクエイドを愛してるならそれが塔の式の真実だそれとも俺のこと
The sound of my heart thumping, then freezing with trepidation.
ダメその質問には
My heart stops for just a second, but then, as if sensing my anguish, her arms coil around me. She's gentle at first, then she grips me tighter and tighter. She's squeezing me with both arms, holding me just as desperately as I hold her. The embrace lasts only a moment. I'm not sure who broke away first. I think we both pulled away at the same time so we might look at each other again. Arcueid's eyes are downcast, her cheeks tinted a deep red. A wave of relief rushes through my veins. She's here, with me. There's no way we'll be torn apart again.
よかったやっとアルクエイドを捕まえた正直に言うとずっと怖かった俺はあの時お前にひどいことをした
Her hair sways gently. She raises her head as if to say something, but then lowers it again after meeting my eye, her cheeks even redder than before.
ダメだよ四季あのことは忘れましょうって
Her voice trails off weakly. She's been so concerned about me, she's avoiding what happened in the alley. And here I am still being inconsiderate.
悪い俺がバカだったこれじゃあ
そうじゃなくて責任があるとしたら
You can't be serious. You can't make that face and then ask me to forget. If anything, I'll never forget this moment. Must be a devil to ask that, never mind a vampire.
違うよ俺が悪いと言ってるのは昨夜のことじゃない
四季
今日だって朝からずっとお前に会えたらなんて謝ってなのにお前に謝りたいと思いながら俺はあの時のことが
Arcueid looks away. I can barely face her myself, especially after blurting all that out. Still, it was the truth. It wasn't her mystic eyes that enthralled me. Just seeing her drives me crazy, even now. She doesn't respond. Both of us are waiting for the other to break the silence. Her voice is a little shaky. She confesses with reddened cheeks and a hint of embarrassment in her voice.
私だって忘れられなかったよ
At last she meets my eyes. Oops. Caught up in a moment, I ended up hugging her real hard again. But who can blame me? If I had the wherewithal to hold back... The wherewithal? The wherewithal to hold back after seeing her make that face, I might as well stop calling myself a sentient being. Though I will admit it was a little abrupt.
ごめんいきなり抱きついた
I remind myself to restrain the feral beast within. Arcueid giggles softly against my chest. She wraps her arms around my back again, comfortably resting her weight against me.
四季ってすごいね
Her arms give me a gentle squeeze, the sensation enough to make me melt.
すごく乱暴今まで出会ったどんな人
Yeah?
も番で
Oh, sorry, I'm working on it.
でもおかしいね
I notice that Arcueid trembles as she whispers the words. Did her wound still hurt?
大丈夫かアルクエイド。
いろんな感情が溢れてきて体がポワッとして方が自分のねえ四季なら私がどんな
無茶言うな。抱き合ったもん。
I adjust my grip slightly, just enough to hold her tight.
でもきっと同じ顔をし俺もさっきから方がバカみ。
Our bodies pressed together, we share a laugh. A joy far stronger than simple desire floods my chill body with warmth. Can we at least get the CG of us hugging after all that happened last night, please? Where is it? She whispers into my ear. A gentle, almost sleepy sound.
私を守ってくれるのなら今夜は帰ってほしく。
She nuzzles her face into my shoulder. There's only 1 hour left till dawn. When morning comes, our time together will be up. I know how she feels. I can't stand to be apart from her either. Arcueid's room hasn't changed a bit. We're the ones who changed. I can just make out Arcueid moving behind me. My emotions are running wild. My body is urging me to turn around and pull her into my arms again. My thoughts, on the other hand, are surprisingly calm. I don't understand it very well. Maybe love is just that. A strange bounce between sanity and insanity.
アルクエイド。
I'm about to turn and face her. But just before I do, I feel the light touch of her fingers against my back.
振り向かないで。しばらく。
Her voice is calm. Her palm lies flat against my back, unmoving, as if she were checking something.
ねえ四季。私が初めて。
覚えてるよ。自分が殺した相手がニコニコが。
私あなたのこと。
Despite the subject matter, her voice is gentle and sweet.
もう自分でも吸血衝動は抑えられないと分かっていて、きっとこれが最後のチャンスだって覚悟してようやく見つけたと思った時に見ず知らずの誰かに殺されて、あの時の私にはそうして自分を殺した誰かを探し出して、早く来なさい。私に気がついた瞬間に本当に憎くて胸が張り裂けそうになるくらい。
Her fingers clutch the back of my shirt.
アルクエイド。
でもね、私をあんな風に殺した相手なんて今までいなかった。それにあんな風に誰かを強く思うなんて初めはただ憎しみしかなかった。けどあなたはどんな人間な、もう1秒でも早く会いたくなった。私をあんな風に殺したやつ。私が初めて。四季、さっき言ったよね。一人は寂しいだろ。けどあんなにも苦しく誰かを思って、本当は今すぐにでも会いに行きたいけど我慢して。あなたがあの時間は楽しかったよ。すごくドキドキして、四季がどんな人なん。
Arcueid pulls her hand away.
思えばね、その時から私は誰かを必要としてしまって、一人の自分。四季は私のことを好きだ。私は四季に会う前から。
Her voice is so precious. There's no need for me to hold back any longer. I spin around, pull her into my arms. Oh, thank God. Our lips meet. I'm not sure which one of us sought out the other first, but it's a tender embrace. Our lips are joined, like we're trying to sense each other's very being. I cease breathing as I drink her in. Her lips are soft beyond imagination. It's hard to fathom that we're connected like this. The thought alone is enough to send my mind into meltdown, though her actual touch is nothing but warm and inviting. She trembles ever so slightly, yet she doesn't seem the least bit afraid. With her closed eyes and cherry red cheeks, she is the epitome of beauty. The kiss is warm enough to take my breath away. I was already head over heels for her. I never imagined that one kiss could make me love her so much more than I already did. We slowly part, our arms still carefully wrapped around one another. Our eyes peer into each other's depths.
今のキス
Her brilliant crimson eyes peer up at me. Wisps of golden hair trace her movements.
アルクエイド。
私
Sure enough, it beats loud enough for me to hear, and the sound is only matched by my own.
でもちょっと私いいの
いいのかなって。
唇を重ね合ったりする吸血鬼なんて
My cheeks go red. She says with a shy, teasing giggle.
But...
Just like that, it's checkmate. I'm totally defeated. I forget about everything. I even forget who I am. All that matters is the two of us, falling onto the bed in a tight embrace. I reach for her hair, for her bare flesh, but I restrain myself just in time. Oh man, I'm on the verge of hyperventilating. I can't make the same mistake again. No matter how much I want her, I can't let my own self-desires take control. Arcueid looks up from underneath me.
いいよ四季
Her eyes glimmer with adoration and joy, seem to offset any nerves she might be feeling. My breath meets hers. Our flesh melts together as one. One way to say is then they fucked. Arousal and passion lay bare, body and soul. As though we're assuring ourselves of the affection in our hearts, we seek each other out. Hungrily at times, gently at others. With a deep breath, I collapse into the bed sheets. For someone who never dreams, this is what I imagine must be like. Arcueid lies asleep next to me. Her fingers are still laced with mine, clutching my hand with a content look on her face. I feel a little bashful thinking about what we just done, but having made love to her, I can't say I have a single regret. Except maybe I wish I had kept it together. If I had been more in control of everything, I could have savored the warmth of her skin and the flush on her face.
まだ無理かな。今はつ
I'm not sure if I'll be able to keep a cool head around Arcueid in the future. Even now, I was so enraptured by her, I can barely remember what we did. All I remember is that it felt impossibly good. So good it left me exhausted beyond belief. I don't think I'd get up from the bed if I tried. What about this? Achoo! The sex makes me allergic. Finding back a yawn, I watch over Arcueid's sweet visage. I really love her, and I think she actually recuperated my one-sided feelings. Our forms of love might be different, but at the very least, I know Arcueid needs me too. That alone is enough to fill me with joy. Not just because I'm wanted, but because Arcueid, who has always been alone, decided she needed me.
そうだ。
My consciousness starts to fade. Looks like I've just about reached my limit. I settle into the bedsheets, taking a deep breath, and allow myself to drift into a deep, peaceful sleep. At some point while I'm sleeping, I dream that Arco wakes up before me. She fidgets quietly, as if planning some clandestine mischief. I ask her what she's doing.
あれ四季ったら起きてたの
Not so much awake as half asleep. Thanks to you, my body isn't really responding to my brain right now.
そっか嬉しいけど
Arcueid giggles girlishly. It is a bit strange that I can see her with my eyelids closed, but she looks happy. So don't linger on the details.
ねえ四季
What's up? I ask her again. I'm sure she's tired too. Hey, better rest till night.
もしもよ、もし私が本当の吸血鬼になったら、
Man, what would you
式はど
do?
うするかな。
What a weird thing to ask. It's not like it'll happen anyway. She's terrified of drinking blood.
だから、もしもの話、生きるために他の生命を奪うことは自然界じゃ、もしも私がそうなってしまっ
Stop that. It won't happen. Besides, I already told you that I don't like what ifs.
そう、私はイフどんな結果になるかわからないけど、とりあえずその時は、
Right. I think you said something like that before.
うん。だから、式がもっと
What
ひ
if
ど
you
い
were
やつだっ
someone
たら、
worse, Shiki?
私は
Arcueid?
大好きよ。式、こんな気持ちを持たせてくれて、それを言葉として、
What's happening? Is she crying?
それじゃあ、式が目を覚ます、面と向かってさよならが言えないから、これで許し、
Faintly, I can make out the click of the door. I'm still asleep, but the sound echoes through the haze. My eyes come open. Yeah, new day right now. They didn't do a day trend. Did I fuck up here somewhere? Dazzling sunlight shimmers through the curtains. I check the clock and realize it's a little after noon.
やば、学校。
I jump up for bed and quickly realize that today is Saturday. I don't have to go to school today, though if I'm to be concerned about anything, it's that I stayed over at Arcueid's place without saying a word to anyone at the mansion. Come to think of it, I had a strange dream. In it, I was talking to Arcueid and she gave me a kiss at the end.
はあ、なんか緩み。
The fact that I had such a self-indulged dream while Arcueid is asleep right next to me is further proof that I'm drowning in happiness.
そう思うだろう、歩く。
I turn around to look at the bed. My sentence cut short.
歩く。
I stare at the bed in stunned confusion. There's no one there. Arcueid is gone. I better get going. I remember now. That's what she told me in my dream.
ちょっと。
I quickly search the apartment. She's nowhere to be found. I only find one thing out of place. A single note left on the table.
No.
Is this some sort of joke? The note is short. Why? Nothing else.
なん、
I don't want to believe it, but I can't help but understand why she did it.
なんで。
This isn't right. Bye? That's all? It's way too simple. Didn't we make a promise? Didn't we agree to see this through together? I said I would help. So why? Why did you decide to go it alone again?
なんでなんだ。
Promptly knowing my fist, I cried out with all my might. Only a few seconds later, I run out of the room like a madman and scour the town in search of her. I can't find her anywhere. I know. I know she'll never show her face before me again. But that doesn't mean I'm giving up. This will drive me mad. I need to track her down, to yell at her for being such a huge idiot. But I can't find her. And now I'll never see her again. I'm hit with the somber realization that it's all over. She'll take on Ro by herself. When all that is settled, she'll disappear forever. It's possible she may have already done so, in which case she's long since left the city. Just before the insanity sets in, I can only think of one thing. The awful screech of cicadas echoes in my ears. I'm the cicada's husk. My body is light, hollow, incapable of all thought. Is this what it's like when your soul leaves your body? I can't even cry. But the legs attached to this empty shell still walk. Like an animal relying on its homing instinct. Though nothing remains within me, my body guides itself back to its den. Well, that's it. Blood Red Moon 2. This, as far as I'm aware, this is the normal route here. No bad in sight. Because it happened like last time. The thing didn't pop up there. So this will be day 13, because it feels like we skipped day 12. No? Okay. The witching hour. Fuck, there's still more. It says day 14 morning in the thing, though, a little bit like, okay. Day 12, which may be day 14, the witching hour. I awakened to the sound of Hisui's voice. After everything that happened, I returned to the mansion, where I must have holed up in my room until I fell asleep. A splitting pain emanates from my eyeballs towards the back of my skull, prompting a sigh.
It's time to drink water.
You want to drink water?
It's time to drink water.
That's fine, though. Nothing unusual here. I take my glasses from their bedside spot.
四季様どこか
別に何もないよ。
I give an offhand reply and force myself up. It's somewhat surprising the way I go through the motions. My body's on autopilot even though I don't have any appetite.
朝食だろ。大丈夫。
はいそれでは
Hisui's expression betrays a desire to say more, but she quietly leaves the room. I take a look at my phone. No new messages. It's Monday. Considering I returned Saturday night, that must mean I spent all of Sunday in bed. It's a little hard to believe, but I guess the fatigue of the past few days finally caught up with me. I change into my school uniform and head to the dining room. After finishing breakfast, I drop by the parlor. As usual, Aki and Kohaku are already inside.
おはよう。
I sit down on the sofa and absentmindedly stare at the clock.
兄さんその早起きなのはいいことですが今日は学校があると分かってますよね。
学校には
That absolutely slipped my mind. With nothing left to do, I was fully prepared to keep going on as an empty shell.
俺には俺の生活があるもんな。何
兄さん
Akia shoots me a suspicious look. My mind isn't present enough to think of an excuse or explanation. In the end, I leave the mansion without saying another word. Nothing strange or exciting happens. I couldn't say how many classes I've had today. All I know is that I'm sitting here, digesting a lecture without aim or purpose. Chalk clacks rhythmically against the blackboard. My right hand copies the equation and formula scrawled on the blackboard into a notebook. Unbidden, I glance out the window at the schoolyard. It feels like I've done this before. Of course, there's no one outside. What am I doing? Why am I attending classes like a good little boy at a time like this? Why am I returning to my regular student life without even bothering to look for her? It's pointless to wonder. I wouldn't have any way to look for her even if I tried. She chose to disappear. There's no chance of me finding her again if she doesn't want me to. Which is why I'm certain. This time I've lost Arcueid for good. A snapping sound rises from above my desk. It's nothing to be concerned about. I just gripped my mechanical pencil too hard and snapped the plastic. The class ends. As a din of chatter spreads over the room, only I remain silently seated, as though classes had never finished.
Tono, ちょっと来てく。
The physics teacher calls out to me.
はい。
I move to the front of the classroom.
ちょっとした確認です。最近夜遅くに繁華街の方で君を。
あります。ここ数日。
おっと、
The physics teacher dons a troubled expression, then gives me an apologetic nod.
遠野が夜遊びする生徒でないことは知っていますが、職員会議で問題に上がっていてね。生徒指導部の先生方が遠野と話がしたい。そういったわけだから、放課後は茶道室に行くように。
Message relayed. The teacher leaves the room with a nod. Class is finished for the day. When I pop into the tea ceremony room, I find it totally empty. This school doesn't have a dedicated counseling room. Usually the counselor will use the faculty room or an empty classroom, or an unused class club room like they're supposedly doing today. I think the tea ceremony club was disbanded a long time ago. That sort of thing just isn't popular in this day and age. Yeah, but we got the scene where Ciel's trying to open it up again a little bit. It's like, oh fuck. Kneeling down the tatami mats, I wait for someone to arrive. I bite my lip. There's no time for this. And I don't have any other choice. With clubs suspended and classes being let out early, the school is growing quieter by the second. This is seriously pissing me off. Here I am sitting on my ass, and for what? My own uselessness is making me seethe. But I got no way to vent, so I sit here like some empty husk, doing whatever I'm told. There's no answer. Tucked away in this empty club room, irritation grinds away my chest as I wait the coming of night. Till night? With a resonant click, the second hand proclaims the coming of 6 o'clock. Nobody ever showed up. The school currently closes at 4 and teachers are supposed to leave by 5, which will make me the only one left on campus. It crosses my mind that this may be a good thing. If anything, it gives me an excuse not to return to the mansion yet. It's not that I don't want to return, I just can't. Not yet. I relax my posture and get up on my feet. This tea ceremony room isn't half bad. The lonesome silence helped me calm my senses a little bit. It gave me plenty of time to think about what to do, about what to prioritize. I'm going to find rope by myself, go back to the mansion, look for Arcueid, even if it might be pointless. The answer should be obvious here, but I'm curious if this is just going to be bait to a bad end, or, Man, we are on a route, so... Look for Arcueid. No matter how impossible it may be, I can't think of anything else. I'll keep searching till I find her. I won't let her condemn herself to being alone again. This isn't how it ends. My mind is made up. The next move is clear. I have to get to the city and track her down by whatever means necessary. There's not a moment to lose. My feet tread through empty hallways. The school is bathed in the flame-red glow of the setting sun. They say the sun sets quickly in autumn. In less than a few minutes, the world will change. Night will fall. The sky above has already grown dark. Black meets red at the horizon. As day and night intermingle, I find myself floating in a moment of vague twilight. Glancing up at the evening sky, I notice something unexpected. The moon is already out. A flawlessly round face watches me from on high. The sight makes me forget myself for a bit. The silver moon, its delicate edges carved into a surface, as beautiful and pristine as blown glass. A vision so pure, so pale, so vivid, it feels like it might come crashing down on me at any moment. I feel like I saw the same moon as a child, in a deep, dark dream. A sharp pain erupts from the scar on my chest. My heartbeat explodes. Blood vessels throughout my body dilate as my breathing turns erratic. Bringing a hand to my chest, I find my uniform has been dyed a deep crimson. The wound has opened up. It's bleeding. It's hard to breathe. A terrible chill runs across my back, like a sheet of ice against the skin. The shaking is painful. So painful it feels like my spine might rattle its way through my flesh. A dull sound mixes itself in with the frantic beating of my heart. Uh-oh. Someone is coming. From the other end of the hallway, a figure casts a long shadow across the floor. Their even, determined footsteps echo through the building. I have a bad feeling about this. It's different from Vlov, when I can feel the danger whip through the air like a raging wind. This time I lay in fear, born internally rather than externally, makes my entire body pulse. Pain flashes through my skull. This agony, this sense of impending doom, they're aimed at me. On a primal level, I know that that Shikitono, shouldn't lay eyes on this figure. I freeze in place. It's already too late to escape. I can't show my back to this thing if I want to live. Through labored breaths, I remove my glasses. I unsheath the knife hidden in my pocket. The shadow approaches. It's a tall man. There are shockingly few lines crawling across his body, and the ones I can see are hard to make out. But in exchange, the pulsating point at the center of his chest seems to scream. It beats like a heart, pulsating with proud immortality. My own heart beats in turn. My breath catches in my throat. So many questions crisscross through my mind. I don't know this person, yet I have this inescapable feeling that he resembles someone. The footsteps grow ever louder. He's coming closer. Soon I'll be able to get a clear look at his face. My heartbeat harmonizes with his steps. Who does he remind me of? Who does he remind me of? Who does he remind me of? Who have I forgotten? As if to match me, the man stops in his tracks. He's still far away. The red of the setting sun obscures his features. But I do see the glimmer in his eyes, observing me like a snake poised to strike.
私が思うに、人間の一生は主題のない本のようだ。
A sonorous voice resonates through the hall. Even though it's calm, gentle even, it sends a chill up my spine. No, it's more than chilling. Never before I ever heard a voice revolting enough to make me want to hurl.
本は片手につかめるほど小さく、紙は年月にかすむほど脆い。水に濡れる、火に炙られる、自らの手で切り捨てる。過去の出来事など、常改ざんされる幻想だ。しかるに。
I ready my knife. Lowering myself into a crouch, I estimate the distance between us. Instinct insists there's no time for thought or hesitation, but reason stubbornly pushes back, and for a fraction of a moment, I hesitate to kill.
君という個人もまた不出来なテクストに過ぎない。人生はあまりにも曖昧だ。その自覚はあるか、塔の式。
I burst through the dam, holding me back. Anxious that I've lost my chance, I dash forward with all the speed I can muster. I've never before seen display of physicality. In a single breath, I closed the 10 meters between us and cut at his lines. Yeah, lightning bolts! It's time! But I was right. It's already too late. If I closed it in a single breath, he slipped behind me in the blink of an eye. I'm too slow. He strikes at my hand and robs me of my knife. My knife now. These glowing blue eyes scan my body, drinking the lines that cross my flesh. It's as if I alone am stuck in slow motion. The corners of the lips are drawn into an amused grin.
残念だったな。死を見るのは何もお前だけの特権じゃん。
He turns my knife against me and stabs it downward. My spine freezes. My brain follows soon after. The rest of my body recalls the pain of a time when this exact same thing happened before. The wet sound of metal tearing flesh. White steel slices through my chest as if it were paper. I collapse. All strength leaves my body, and I fall towards the floor. In that moment, I finally get a look at the face of the man above me. My vision goes dark. I don't know his face. And yet, I remember this flowing stream of blood. How can I forget? He is the boy from that summer day. The one who was drenched in blood, now all grown up. I hit the floor. Strangely enough, I sense neither pain nor the spilling of blood. The knife still protrudes from my chest. My temperature drops, my consciousness fades, and little by little my body begins to lose itself.
お前が殺された狩り、確かに返却した。もはや思い残すこともないだろう。噴書の時だ。塔の式。
The man casts his words into the void. Damn, how did I forget for this long? 7 years ago, when we played in the Tunnel Mansion, me, Akia, and one other child, we were always together. Even when Akia and I would play, I'd meet up with him before we went and got her. So how could I forget his name?
Shiki. そうだよ、シキ。本当に久しぶりだ。まあ、いささか遅すぎたようだが、この体の持ち主。塔の式はたった今消え去った。君への復讐を完遂して。
The man speaks. The man whose name sounds like mine. Shiki Tono. Shiki. Shiki. Akia. Shiki. Shiki. Akia. Shiki. The markings we carved, written by 3 different hands.
そうだ。私が君の目的だ。この肉体に転生した吸血鬼、姫君の敵対者。それも今夜限りの異名だ。
The The man's tone is light yet cruel. Something about him is far viler than Vlav. Through my fading consciousness, I realize who this is. It's Arcueid's enemy, Roa.
さて、そのナイフはもらっておこうか。じきに消え去る君には不必要なものだろう。
Roa's fingers reach for the knife. They furl around the handle, ready to unsheath it from my chest. The second he does, I'll die. But there's nothing I can do about it. I don't have the energy to shut my eyes, let alone move my body. Oh. He's gone. Just like that, Roa's body disappears from sight. In the same instant, a figure clad in a nun's habit appears. With a shattering glass, she came tumbling through the third floor window. Yeah, boy! Was wondering if we were going to see this or not. Throw those knives at him.
数秘門による来帝ですか。どうやら完全に入れ替わったようですね、ロア。
That's CL from my school. As if to protect me, a person who should have been long gone now stands before the vampire. The two of them are evenly matched, but that's only for as long as the sun is still up. A moment passes, then Roa burst out into a manic laughter, as if struck with a sudden realization.
そうか、そういうことか、女。想定すらしていなかった。素晴らしい。それでこそだ。800年繰り返しての転生だ。一度や二度の特例がようやく発生したわけか。
Roa continues his rapturous laughter, but Ciel simply glares at the vampire in disgust.
どうした？私を殺すためにやってきたのだろう。それとも何か。やはり抜け殻には何もできないと。
Ciel doesn't answer. Instead, she turns her gaze to me and pulls my fallen body off the ground.
ほう、私との因果を断つより、その偽物の方が大事ということか。だが、それは無駄だぞ。今まで党の士気が好き放題やってきたことを、視線を割かれた者にはどのような治療も無意味だ。あの姫君でさえ、蘇生するのに800年の歳月と引き換えにするしかなかった。
A voice of pure derision fills my brain. Ciel bites her lip to force back the resentment which seems to rage within her. Though she clearly wants to unleash her fury, she holds back. It's obvious why. She's restraining herself to protect me.
おう、承知しているよ。転生完了お疲れ様。この時を待ってたぜ。ようやく会えたな、バルダムよ。
A child's voice rings out from Ciel's chest. Is that Mario speaking through a microphone?
何者だ。随分と私に気安いようだ。
この町に派遣された司祭代行だよ。名前はマーリオ・ジャッロ・ベスティーノ。てめえならこれで意味が通るだろう。
ベスティー。ラウレンティスの隠し子だな。そうか。まだ生きているとは驚きだ。どうやらそちらはそちらで愉快なことになっているな。
ああ、おかげさまでな。じいさんは今も正気じゃねえよ。で、どうなんだ？てめえ完全にバルダムヨンか？転生は成功したんだろうな。まだだったら遠慮はいらねえ。あと7日は教会からの支援は止めておくから、さっさと目を覚ましてきな。
改めなさい、司祭代行。それは教会への背信行為です。
ほざけ、てめえに言われたくはねえよ、シエル。つうか安心しろ。使徒は例外なくぶっ殺す。その前に拾っておかなきゃならねえお宝があってな。ジジイの密命といえばお利口なてめえも納得だろ。で、どうなんだ赤社のヘビ。 今回はちゃんと思い出したか。
不老不死が必要なほど老いたのか。私は確かに書き残したはずだ。人のままでは完全な不老不死は実現しないと。私の書庫を漁った盗人ども、この忠告を受け入れなかったのなら自業自得というほかない。
選ぶってんじゃねえよ。要は未完成のまま放置したってことじゃねえか。じゃああれか、ジジイが望むような不老不死は存在しないと。
残念ながら私の研究は魂の分野に切り替わった。肉体に関する研究はそれこそ下手の横好きだ。理論だけで実践の域には達していない。そんな不確かな儀式は魔術とは呼べない。それは呪いというのだ。
つまり
徒労だったな。不老の解決法はない。せいぜい健やかに死ぬまで苦しむ。
A fearsome silence fills the room. Mario's disappointment is tangible even through the crackling of the microphone. There's despair, too. Hatred. Rage.
呪いと言ったな、バルダムよ。
そう言った。あれらは私が開発した魔術基盤。魔術に疎い聖堂教会であろうと、司祭代行であればその成り立ちは知らされていよう。
引き上げろシエル。仕留めるのはまた後だ。このヘビ野郎は数で潰す。
CL steps onto the broken window frame with me still cradled in her arms. He watches with a sly grin, making no move to halt our escape.
構わん。立ち去るがいい。何分私は忙しい。こうしてロアとして地上に出た以上、姫君はじきに訪れよう。歓迎の支度に念を入れなくてはいけないので。
CL turns her back to the vampire and leaps down from the window. Despite us being 3 floors up, she makes a jump as though it were nothing. She lands softly, departing the school without ever looking back. As we make our escape, I stare at him through my darkening vision. At the man who shared a name with the boy from my memories. At the vampire Roa, who overrode a human called Shiki Tono. Two of them. There's 2 Shikis. Okay. I imagine that it's italicized here, but I imagine there's like a different Japanese spelling of Shiki that they use for like the other boy. A little bit. It's kind of interesting. Interesting. I see. Yeah, who would have thought like Mario like talked about that earlier? It's like, I think it might be you. No, they meant another Shiki. A little bit kind of funny how that turns out there. CL cuts a beeline for a tunnel mansion with me in her arms. What does she think she's doing? Does she know how much trouble this cause? There's a knife sticking on my chest and I'm on death's door. If Falca were to see me like this, she's gonna lose it. Shit, I can't make a sound. I want to tell her to stop, but simply breathing takes everything I've got.
トーノ君は黙っていてください。大丈夫。妹さんならきっとトーノ。
Save me? I think it's a little late for that. The knife is plunged deep into my chest. I can't even move my own body anymore. There's not a person on earth who could save someone this far gone.
いいえ、できます。そうでなければ理屈が合いません。いいですか？だからきっと今回もまだ
I don't understand what you're saying.
もういいから黙っていてください。これ以上喋ると本当に持たないじゃないですか。
She scolds me with a seriousness I've never seen. For some reason, I feel terrible, so I close my eyes. Well, whatever. Either way, it was getting hard to stay awake. Alright, yeah, quick one there. Yeah, we got to finally see Honored's Mid-Michael himself! Finally, without him killing us in the bad end earlier. And then we got to see Nuncio. Well, yeah. Short chapter, but a lot of cool shit happened here. Yeah, we're like below 2 hours in. I think part of that helps with me speeding through text here a little bit. So yeah, we can still keep going. We can definitely finish this session, so oh boy. Alrighty. The Face of the Moon. Day 15. Yeah, that's a moon, alright. I've always been a stranger in my family. That's something I've known ever since I was young, from the time I was handed off to the Arimas. But honestly, it's been like that for much longer. It's no mystery why I felt like this. For as long as I can remember, I've been alone. There are people around me who seem like parents, so I simply tried my best to be their child. My first home was one with old tatami mats, I think. After that, I was taken to a massive mansion for some reason. There's a pair of siblings who are close in age to me when I moved there. We got along pretty well, I think. Though there was always a wall between me and their father.
Time to drink water.
Time to drink water.
It's time to drink water.
I tried. I did everything I could to fit in. I thought of him as my own parent, even though we weren't related by blood. But all that was cut short. There was a big accident. After that, I was taken to the hospital. No one came to visit, and my eyes changed. I was by myself to start with, and I ended up alone. Back then, I thought it'd be fine if I just disappeared. At least, until I met that magician, as beautiful as a clear blue sky. That dream felt familiar somehow. Idly, I voiced my thoughts out loud. Though I can't move a single finger, I can at least talk again. My chest is wrapped in bandages. Someone must have removed the knife. As my senses return, I slowly realize that I'm back in my room.
兄さん、気がついたんですね。
秋葉。
She's sitting beside the bed, carefully watching over me.
秋葉。
Unable to grasp the situation, I simply stare at her. She looks away awkwardly.
その
I can't tell it was inflicted by the other Shigitono, by Roa. That said, why is Akia the one looking after me? Wouldn't you normally send someone to a hospital when they've taken a knife to the chest?
いいんです。どうか楽にしてください。大体の事情はあの人。
あの人って先輩。
Akia nods heavily, her eyes downcast. This is bad. What does she mean by most of it? How much does she know? I can't relax till I find out just how much CL told her.
それで、秋葉。
客間を与えましたので、そちらで休んでいるのでしょう。本来ならあのような悪党、屋敷に入ることは許可しませんが。
A wretch, huh? Akia is even more ruthless than usual.
それより兄さん、その胸の傷は式に負わされたものですね。
Mm-hmm. In an almost matter-of-fact tone, she probes the truth without a moment's hesitation.
言ったでしょ。大体の事情は聞いたと。もっとも、聞かなくても兄さんの容体を見れば。
I'm so shocked. I can't even force a sound on my throat. She's talking as if she knew about him from the start.
秋葉。お前。
ええ、知っています。
ちょっと待ってくれ。俺はまだ。 正直子供の頃俺と秋葉の他にもう一人子供けどそれを聞いたら
She told me there was no third child.
それについては謝ります。私兄さんには嘘ばかりついていました。
じゃあけどどうして
Why did he disappear from the mansion 7 years ago? My memories at that time are indistinct. There was a boy my age, and we often played together. I recall that much. Sometimes Ake would join us when she managed to slip away from the old man's watchful eye. But the rest is a total blank. I don't know why the other child disappeared. I don't even know why I forgot his name. A name he shared with me. For whatever reason, I forgot everything.
わからない。覚えていることといえば
What I saw in that forest clearing, that hot summer day, the scene that's been drifting around the back of my mind ever since I came back to this mansion. Aki was there, and so was I. And before us was the corpse of a young boy drenched in blood. I think back on what that vampire said. Your debt is repaid. A death for a death. Which means...
あの夢は
I killed him, didn't I? That's why he disappeared. I'd forgotten all about it for the sake of my own convenience.
アキハ、俺は。
いいえ、違います。そう思い込むよう、お父様。
親父に。
Now I'm more confused than ever. Why would he have wanted to conceal the truth?
それ、どういうこと？アキハはすべて、7年前のことも、あの式の。
はい。式のことは。けど、それもおしまいですね。初めから。
Her smile carries a hint of self-mockery. Akia turned straight towards me.
兄さん、遠野の家が特別な血族だということは、あの人たちに聞いたでしょう。
None human blood is mixed in with that of the Tono.
少なくとも、私はもちろん、それをけれど、信じざるを、それが7年前の、兄さんが
When Shiki killed me.
殺されたって、俺が式に。
Yeah, that would line up. Yeah, you weren't hit with a car, Shiki, or killed by another Shiki. So yeah, the body slumped over there, the boy slumped over there. That would lead into the hospital scene and shit. Akia nods silently. But that doesn't sound right. It should be the other way around. A death for a death, he said. If the bloody corpse I saw in my memories was the other Shiki, doesn't that mean I'm the one who killed him?
遠野家の人間は個人差はあれど、年を取るごとに自分の中の異なる遠野の血筋に混ざっている意志は、人とは違った生存本能を持っている。人間らしい部分を理性とす。
アキハ。
分かってます。にわかには信じられない話でしょ。けれど、遠野の血筋のものが人として終わってしまうのは年老いてからなんです。私の兄のように、四季のように幼年期に反転してしまう例なんて、遠野の人間が持つ異能にはそれぞれ個人差があるそうです。外見が全く変わらない者がいれば、四季は典型的な後者でした。
後者？体の形？
はい。なぜ四季がただある日、何の前触れもなく反転、その時四季に襲われたのが兄さん。
四季が。
An uneasy feeling rises under the skin, an ache tracing the contours of my scar.
その時の場所が、兄さんは四季に胸を貫かれて そこに父が駆けつけて式を止めたんです。理性を失っていた式を止めるには息の根を止めるしかない。遠野家の当
Oh,
主
so
に
he just straight up died
は
after
そうや
that.
って反転
Okay.
してしまった一族のものを処理する義務があります。ですから兄さんが見た血まみれの式というのは、父に処理された後の式ではないでしょうか。
The memory still eludes me, just out of reach. It feels like there is something else. Something important that I'm forgetting about. And there's one more thing. Somewhere in the midst of hazy memories, I know that I took a life of my own hands. No matter what anyone says, something tells me I took a life there, in that forest.
幸い兄さんは、あとは兄さんの記憶にある通り、当の式は事故に、私が当主に決まったのは、一度でも反転したものは当主、式は跡継ぎではなくなり、唯一父の血を継いでいる私が。
I think I'm adopted. I see. So that's why Arcueid was saddled with the responsibility of inheriting the... Hold on.
アキハ、それおかしい。俺は
驚いた。兄さん、こんな。
あのな、お前がこんな嘘をつくわけがないし、とにかく話の続きだ。アキハが当主に選ぶ。
簡単です。兄さんには本当にそんなことさえ忘れてくれていたんですね。その蜃気楼が。
アキハ、
兄さんは
Yep.
遠野家の人間ではないんです。ただ父の気まぐれで、私の兄である四季と同じ名前。
Just because fucking... Thanks, Dad. What?
兄さんと私たちは本当の兄弟。兄さんと四季はとても仲が良くて、私も幼心に嫉妬。お父様は四季を内々に処理した。けれど対外的に遠野家は社会的にも地だから、軽率に跡継ぎである長男が。そこで父は思いついた。四季に殺されかけた当の四季を実子として扱い、反転して人間で亡くなった四季を事故で死亡した養子として扱えばいいと。その時、兄さんと四季を殺された側が生き残って、殺した側が死んでしまった。
じゃあなんだ。
And of course, I'm not related to the Arimas either.
俺は
ごめんなさい。もう誰も、その四季という子供は7年前に死んでしまった。それは命としての死ではなく、兄さんが当の四季の代わりになった7年前に。
Oh.
だから兄さんは世間体のために、遠野家の長男は生きていなくてはならない。けれどお父様は事故で体が弱っていると理由をつけて、兄さんを
There's a trembling in her voice. She drops her head, fighting something staring in her chest. It was kind of foreshadowing because, yeah, I mentioned, like, oh, you don't look like your sister or whatever in one exchange dialogue. Like, kind of thought that back in my head. I was like, am I adopted? Like, fucking. But yeah, we at least got some clarity there. It's still a matter just, like, what's Shiki's deal? Like, why does he have the mystic eyes of death perception? And how that comes into play here and stuff like that. Because there's still something going on with this boy. Like, alright, yeah, we're in the other family. It has, like, some unnatural monster blood in us here, but something alright with that guy still. That I'm curious, we might learn here, or we might learn in the Red Garden or whatever, whenever that comes out. She must feel guilty over what happened to me. But she shouldn't. I don't blame her in the slightest. In fact, I'm incredibly grateful to know that Akia cares for me so deeply. That said, there's something that I need to ask her about.
ダメだ。疑問点がまだ2つもある。話。まず1つ目。まあ、こっちは別に俺が遠野の人間じゃないのは分かった。遠野の血が普通と。でも、そうなると、実は俺も
I was about to get into it
少しだ
now.
けおかしな体質をしているんだけど。
わかりません。確かに父は気まぐれで養子を取るような人ではありませんでしたから。
Cause yeah, it sounds like Roa also has the same exact fucking ability. He
何か
has
しら
death
訳があっ
perception
て
as
のことだ
well.
ったのかもしれません。
そうか。まあ、この際自分が何者、さ、本当なら死んでいたような傷だったんだろう。
Yeah, that stuff doesn't really matter. There's something else I need to know.
2つ目の疑問。
兄さん。
おかしいだろ。あいつが生きているのは。シキは遠野の血に負けて反転とや、そうして俺を殺して親父に息の根を止められた。ならああして可能性があるとしたら一つだけだ。いや、もしかするとどんなに狂ってしまっても血を分けた自分の息子だ。だから殺せず人目につかないところで養生させていたんじゃないのか。
Akia doesn't answer. The fact that she can't lie is both her strength and her weakness. Looks like I was right on the money.
そうか。それで式がまともに戻ったら党の式と。
そんな。
Akia can't bring herself to refute it.
いいんだ。秋葉が悪いわけでもないし、原因はさ、たまたま運が悪くてよその国のイカれたやつが式に入っちまっただけなんだ。
Mm-hmm.
本当に悪いものがあるとすれば、それは式を狂わせたものだけだ。
Akia remained silent, her head hung low. I guess this is where our conversation ends. To be honest, I didn't want to learn the truth about myself. Right now, I need to meet up with Arcueid as soon as I can.
ごめん、少し疲れた。
はい。
Akia heads for the door.
秋葉。
One question still lingers in my mind.
何ですか？
ああ。秋葉は。
そんなバカなこと。私にとって兄さんはあなただけです。今も昔も、当の秋葉にとって。
The door opens with a heavy sound, and then she leaves. With Akia gone, I can finally take stock of my own situation. It's just past 10 in the evening. Only 4 hours have passed since the bastard knifed me. My body refuses to budge. It feels like I've turned into a robot, one operated by a remote control that's since been lost. My mind is clear. I don't feel any pain, and I can't move my limbs at all. I expel a deep breath to calm myself. By trying to move an entire armor leg in a single push, I'm only setting myself up for failure. If I want to make this work, I've got to start smaller. I focus my entire being toward a simple act of wiggling my right pinky. Little finger, little finger. Every ounce of strength is focused in that one tiny finger. Every last fraction of concentration condensed into a single point. It feels like the muscles in my body might rip themselves apart from the exertion. After a few minutes of concentrated effort, I'm completely drenched with sweat, but I managed to twitch my little finger the teeniest bit. With a loud heave, I released the breath I've been holding. It might have just been one finger, but it's proof that I can still move my body. It's all I need to shake the feeling that I'm some helpless pup with its strings cut. Now that I remember what the sensation of touch feels like, I can force the motion from my pinky to my ring finger. My palm, my elbow, my arm, my shoulder. The more on my body I reclaim, the more the pain flares. The lack of pain earlier must have been due to my entire body being numb with paralysis. So it makes sense as long as I can control my nerves, the pain will only grow. A thick sweat gathers on my forehead. I can feel a stabbing pain all throughout my body. But I need to persevere. If I don't regain my senses, I won't be able to leave my room. Now, if I can't leave my room, then I can't head back to town, to the school, the place where I can meet Arcueid again. Fighting back to nausea, I forced my torso up. There, I did it. It's probably going to take everything I have just to walk there, but that's fine. It's a miracle I survived after Rose struck me in that point. Asking for more would just be tempting fate. I inspect the spot where the knife penetrated my skin. That's strange. There isn't a single point of death on my chest. Sure enough, my body possesses 2 such points, but neither is anywhere near the place he stabbed me. I'm struck by a calm realization. Of course he didn't stab one of my points of death. If he had, I would have dropped dead on the spot. Even Vlav, an undying monster, was no exception to that rule. So if she could actually stab me in one of those spots, someone like me wouldn't have had the chance. Yeah, I guess different case of death perception, different type of death perception even. As I ponder the situation, I spend a few long moments pulling my coat over my shoulders. But just then, a gentle knock comes from the door, followed by my supposed senior entering the room. Hey, CL.
遠野くん、絶対安静だって言われたでしょ。なんで起き上がろうとしているんですか。
I got one more in me. I didn't hear no bell. She hurries to my bed. I take a second to observe her in silence.
何ですか、遠野くん。遠野くんとお揃い。
She chuckles softly at the dumb joke. It's nice. She's still the same old CL. Even after she told me she disappeared from my life, she still came to save me. She may be strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Roa, but the rest of her is still unchanged.
ありがとう。
これで荒事は2回目です。いい加減次は見捨てますから覚悟していてくださいね。
Huh? I was talking about our conversation at the side of the wreckage. You must have saved me for some other time without me even noticing it.
そっか。2回。わかった。覚悟しとくよ。次は必ず。
CL stares me down.
遠野くん、もしかして。
懲りてないも何も。俺は被害者だよ。
それはそうですけど。
I let CL's comment pass in silent. I'm not sure what sort of face I'm making, but I do know I've got no intention of resting here when I could be taking action.
先輩、質問していい？
嫌です。と言っても、いいですよ。それで遠野くんがおとなしくしてくれるなら。
CL takes a seat in the same chair that Aki was sitting in before. I was so certain she refused me, but here she is. I still don't understand her at all.
マリオも来ているんですか？あと、
先生は自宅療養中です。マリオでしたら、下でアキハさんと交渉中ですね。今後の対策の打ち合わせと。
CL speaks dispassionately. Mario and CL might be connected through the church, but it seems there's no love lost between them.
じゃあ聞きます。さっきのや。
はい。あれが今代のロアの転生体です。7年前に遠野くん。
ああ、聞いた。なんだ先輩。
嫌われてますよ。
No, she hates me.
アキハさんは痛がりという私の仕事も嫌いなら、私自身のことも気に食わ。ですね。並大抵の嫌われようじゃありません。この件が片付き次第、殺し合いをするのも。
CL says something quite alarming with an eerily casual smile.
そっか。まあ、話はロアに戻るんだけど、 奴の住みか。
ロアの隠れ家は他にも複数あったようですが、現在
Really? That would probably explain the bad ending earlier and like the situation here. He just has a lair under the school a little bit, and that's his main one now.
アルクエイドがロアの死者たちを残らず排除した結果、自分から動き出したんだと思います。
In other words, Arco hasn't found him yet, which means I still stand a chance of catching her in time.
トーノ君？
あ、いえ、考え事をしてました。そもそもあれは本当にロアなのかな。
そのイメージというものが間違いですね。ロアは転生する吸血鬼。その時の姿や性格、いいですかトーノ君。ロアが転生先に選んだ肉体はロアとは別の人格、人間として育ちます。そうして一個人として成長した人間の全てを苗床にして、よりしろがロアに変身するのではなく、ロアの思想をよりしろが受け継ぎ、新しいロアになる。ですので、ロアとして覚醒した後も、その代のロア、
肉体に影響される。じゃああいつは間違いなく四季の
半々の状態といったところでしょうか。転生先とだから四季本人の自我が弱い時、思想はオリジナルの初代ロアのものに近くなる。こんなケースはロアの歴史の中でも珍しいことでしょうね。ある意味ロアという人物はもう存在しないんです。あそこにいるのは厄介なのはその脅迫観念に意志と歴史積み重ねた魔導のロアは不老不死の探求を続けられるのなら、四季本人の意志、四季の欲求を止めることはしません。むしろ欲望の達成を手助けするでしょう。
四季本人のやりたいこと。
はい。おそらく彼はアルクエイドから隠れることより。
四季の目的が俺の殺害って。
そうですね。言いにくいことですが、当の四季にとって
殺されたのはこっちの方なのに。
でも当野くんは生きている。そして四季は殺されてしまった。四季は当野の身内たちの手によって処罰された後、奇跡的に蘇生しました。だって当野家の長男はきちんと生きていて、ある意味あなたは当の四季という人物を殺してしまったんです。当の巻久によって幽閉されていた四季が自分として暮らしていたあなたにどんな感情を抱く。
四季にとって俺は自分の名前を使っ。
はい。四季は
It's not like I'm all too happy with the arrangement that we wound up with either. I suppose that wouldn't matter much to Shiki. To him, I'm just some despicable fraud. The man who stole his place in the world. And it's not like his resentment faded with time. Rather, he spent the past 7 years nurturing it and letting it fester. Yeah. Looking at it this way, of course he wants to kill me.
でもさ、
当の
He's not the only one who got robbed of his existence. 7 years ago, I would have been 10, and that 10-year-old me has been completely erased. I don't know anything from before then. I don't have any memories of my childhood. It's not like I long to meet my real parents, but everything I might have held dear no longer exists. I don't even know my old last name. Shiki, the child I once was, is gone without a trace.
当野くん、憎しみで戦おうとするのは
Ciel chides me, perhaps sensing something worrisome in my idle murmuring. I'm afraid her concern is misplaced.
そんなんじゃないです。俺が全くないわけじゃないけど、それはただあるだ。それとは関係のないところでロアは放っておけない。だから俺も急がないと。
That's right. I don't have time to rest up here. Not when she's been bearing her pain with a smile this entire time.
わかりません。どうしてそこまで彼女に肩入れするんですか？
それも関係ないですよ。俺は アルクエイドだから肩入れするんです。
Yo, some city devouring kaiju? Actually, I shouldn't call her that. She'd soak up a storm if she heard.
人魚だろうと結果は変わらない。
Staring straight into Ciel's eyes, I declare my feelings for Arcueid. She quickly clasps her hands over her cheeks, which are flushed red for some reason.
はあ、あくまで彼女に協力。
Of course. Which is why I'll head for school the second my body allows it. There's a chance that Arcueid could find Ro and become embroiled in battle. The instant she does, her safety is no longer a guarantee. It's dubious how much help I can offer in my current state, but still better than letting her go it alone.
無理ですね。たとえ遠野くんが満足に動けたところで。
対抗できないって。
単純な足し算ですから。彼女は一度決壊した吸血衝動を抑えて活動している。そのために能力はさらに、遠野くんの力はロアの半分もありませんから。そもそも彼女は死にかかっている。能力が弱っているのに自分の衝動を抑えつけている。私たち。
What the hell? She's dying? Why? How? I knew she was suffering, but it never seemed like she was anywhere near that bad.
もちろん、それは吸血衝動を抑えなければ回復できるものです。楽になりたいのなら人間の血を吸えばいい。けれどアルケイドは二度と人の血は吸わない。だからロアを追いかける限り、彼女は自分から死に
ふざ。
I jump up from the bed and immediately collapse to the ground. It's not even a graceful fall. Instead, I hit the ground like a discarded piece of trash. It's so pathetic it makes me want to curl up and die. Arcueid is out there pushing herself against the world, and I'm too frail to even walk.
無茶はしないでください。傷自体は合ってないようなものですけど、遠野くんのロアの今代の転生体、四季の能力でしょう。あなたはナイフで刺されただけで、ごっそりと命そのものを削り、生命を活動させる動的な結合力。平たく言えばエネルギーですね。生きているか、一人の体から取り出せる生命力は無尽蔵ではなく限度がある。蓄積している生命力を一瞬に。
Life force. The thing that sets someone in motion.
それは
そうですね。厳密に言うと死ではありません。エンジンは壊れていないんですから、エネルギーさえ戻ればまた走り。
Ciel moves to stand me up and lay me back down on the bed.
もう自分一人じゃ立ってられない人が何を言ってる。横になるのが嫌でしたらこうしてください。
With a forceful push, Ciel has me sit on the bed. The act of sitting is enough to send my breathing into disarray. Fuck. I'll never make it to school at this rate. Even if I could find Arcueid, I'd only slow her down.
いいんですよ。遠野くんはもうロアのことなら、あと
決着。
ロアの転生体が特定できましたから、法王朝。今回はマーリオもいますし、3日もあれば十分な数の代行者が。結局また同じことの繰り返しになりますけど。
3 days. Wait, 3 days?
ダメだ。そんなもの待ってられない。だったら。
I force my power into my legs. Somehow mask my ragged breathing. I get up from the bed.
先輩。
私が預かってますけど。
思わない。けど確か。
Ciel takes the knife out of her habit with a resigned sigh.
この担当は遠野くんのですからお返しします。学校に戻るつもりなんですか？
何度もそう言ってる。アルクエイドがロアを見つける前に。
Put an end to him. If Shiki's after my life, then we'll wind up clashing one way or another. If so, I should go there and kill him myself. To protect Arcueid.
そんな体で。 やっぱりわかりませんね。あなたがそこまで彼女にこだわる理由。
It's the same question as before. Sending straight to my trembling knees, I reaffirm my resolve that I might instill them with the strength to burst out of here.
俺は
Why do I want to help her? Because I like her? Because it's fun to be around her? I'd just be lying myself if I said that. There's one far more deep-rooted reason, one which trumps everything else.
あいつ一人だからさ。
嘘です。そんなことで自分の命をないがしろ。そんな理由じゃ。
いや、あいつは今まで一人で楽しいことがいっぱいずっと。そんなのは寂しすぎるだろ。そんな意味のない。
That's why I just wanted to show her that this world has so much going on, even if the majority is pointless crap. Learning all about it, experiencing it for yourself, is a joy of living. It's a truth so simple even children understand it.
ただ教えてやる。あいつはあんなに楽しそうに笑っていたけど、世の中にはもっとつまらない悩みなんて決して当たり前のことを当たり前のように感じられるように。
My desire doesn't come from sadness. It's a simple, honest wish from the bottom of my heart. I want her to be able to smile always, because there's nothing I find more radiant, more lovely, more beautiful.
だってそうだろ。あいつは今まで救われなかった分、その何倍も幸せになる。大体あいつが一人で亡くなる方法なんて簡単。
Yeah, it's a piece of cake. All she needs is someone she can talk to, and the freedom to do what she wants.
きっとさ、それ他の誰でも。だから確かに俺がこんなみっともない体で。
I know it all too well, but I'm not doing this for some logical reason.
けどダメな。他の誰かになんて任せられないし、俺にはもう。
That's just the kind of bastard I am. I'd already given up on so many things. I could have died like a dog and not cared. Yet now I desire something so much, it's like I'm a different person.
アルクエイドを愛してる。
As a man, I'm in love with everything about her.
でもそれ以上に俺は自分の手でこのままであいつに消えてほしくない。
Yeah, that's all it is. I care more about Arcueid than I do my own life. She's the sole purpose for which I was granted these eyes. I can say that with absolute certainty.
他の誰でもですか。バカなこと言わないでください。他の誰にもできませんよ。だって。
Ciel sighs deeply and shrugs her shoulders in an exasperation.
先輩。
ちょっと頭にきちゃいました。彼女、もう十分。
She wears a cynical smile, but her tone is gentle. Suddenly, I hear a noise from the window. The scraping of branches and twigs.
驚かないでいいですよ。彼女が立ち去っただけですから。
There's no way. Ciel glanced towards a window.
ロアより遠野くんの方を優先してきてたなんて彼女らしくないですけど。
なんで
遠野くんがロアにやられたから心配で見に来たんです。私たちの話に聞き耳を立てていて、たった今
言ったって。
当たり前じゃないですか。あんなこと聞いちゃったら私だって同じ行動をとります。羨ましいけど。
だからどうして。
遠野くんはアルクエイドを助けたいけど、アルクエイドは遠野くんを巻き込みたくない。なら答えは一つです。さて、これで諦めが。遠野くんがどう頑張ったところで彼女には追いつけません。
ふざけるな。
In a fit of rage, I grab at her collar. The short burst of movement is enough to get my head spinning, but I ignored the dizziness.
こうなると分かって俺に理由を聞いたのか。
いいえ、私、遠野くんが彼女をそういう風に。確かに。これは私の。
Even so, her expression doesn't change. Her gaze is perfectly calm as I cling to her collar. This is pointless. Arcueid is already on her way. I've got more important things to do than blame CL.
彼女の後を追う。
そんな体の人の脅迫を聞くと思っているんですか？
Of course not.
知るか。
Her expression crumbles. The stern face from before is replaced by one of a quiet astonishment as she looks away and ponders for a moment. After a few seconds, CL breathes another heavy sigh.
その提案は魅力的ですけど、仕方ありません。私の失策でもありますし、乗りかかった船ですから。
CL peels my fingers off her collar and comes around to my side.
それじゃあ連れて行ってあげますから、おとなしくしていて。
I don't have the time to be confused. CL picks me up, cradling me in her arms.
秋葉さん
You'll get bridal carried.
止められますので、彼女と同じ方法で行きましょうか。
はい。
There's a soft thud as she steps onto the windowsill. And a split second later, we leap out into the night. The graceful avatar bounds beneath the moon without flaw. From roof to roof, without stopping or falling, she crosses the sky like an arrow set loose. Her destination is fixed. The high school on the fringes of this city, the place where her foe has made his nest, the site of a battle long awaited. The distance between the house on the hill and the school grounds is a mere 2 kilometers as the crow flies. A journey of a few minutes on legs such as these. She's well accustomed to this sort of pursuit, flying with complete efficiency. Her every action is specialized towards piercing her target. This silhouette has been a heaven-sent bolt of death for many a dead apostle. Yet just for tonight, her trajectory is filled with a gentle warmth.
大好き、大好き、大好き、大好き。
As the sky bathes her upturned face in moonlight, she shouts her feelings to the universe. If she didn't let them out, her heart would surely burst. If she hadn't pressed her hands against her cheeks, they would burn from the heat. Inexplicable light has flooded her chest. Tingles of contentment flow through her neck and into her brain. It's an experience entirely new to her, one of pure joy. The shroud of melancholy that bound her mere minutes before is nowhere to be found. Even though her body may be on the verge of collapse, even though she may not have the strength to keep on fighting, even if she may not have a future once she defeats the vampire lurking in the school, even if all she did until now has been pointless, without any meaning or redemption.
構わない。そんなの全然どうでもいい。
All those problems are a thing of the past. Everything between her and Roa feels like a little more than an insignificant feud. What fuels her now is that which wells up in her heart. The feeling of wanting to protect someone precious to her. A feeling she's never grasped for herself until this moment. The road this time is different. Compared to Rose of the past, he's less interested in the pursuit of immortality. This Roa possesses a deep, singular interest in one person. By examining all that occurred as one sequence, she arrived at the necessary conclusion. She realized that the relationship between her Shiki and the other Shiki is much like the one between her and Roa.
だから、私が倒す。
No more bringing him into danger, and no more hesitating about her clash with Roa. A few minutes prior, she had feared their confrontation. The rationality of her course said her odds for victory were slim at best. It wasn't the prospect of falling in a mission that frightened her. No, she feared dying at her foe's hand, disappearing, and never seeing him again. But now it's different. She's propelled by an all-encompassing joy. Because she's alone, I can't just abandon her. That's all the reason I need. Her eyes, her lips, her entire being is flushed with bashful delight. Can she win? Can she survive? Will she be able to meet him again? That'll be nice, she thinks. So she'll keep fighting for that possibility, for her own hopes and dreams. Never before has something like this driven her. It's not hatred or duty. Rather, it's the elation from being able to dedicate herself to him that propels the white figure across the night sky.
私に返せるものはないけれど。
As thanks for the warmth burning in her chest.
あなたの敵をやっつけるわ。
Her mind is made up. She will use whatever remains of her power to end things tonight. The memory remains branded on her heart. With a smile, she accepts those simple words. Her reward for a journey of 1,000 years. After bursting through the night-covered city, we arrived at the school. Despite having leaped from roof to roof with me in her arms, much like Arcueid has done before, Ciel doesn't seem out of breath in the slightest. This is probably coming a little late, but she might be just as ridiculously overpowered as Arcueid.
遠野くん。歩けなくても歩きます。これからロアを殺しに行くんですから。
そうですね。では。
She lowers me to the ground. The school is wrapped in an eerie silence. Once I enter these grounds, neither Ro and I are walking out until one of us is dead. I take a deep breath and remove my glasses. Blue? A familiar pain courses through my brain. The sensation, combined with my rigid body, makes me want to scream out.
まずいですね。目覚めたばかりとはいえ、やはり月齢の影響を受けますか。
You know, is she gonna be like, why is it blue? Ciel looks up at the sky with a grim look on her face. Yeah, big full moon. The moon illuminates the school in its silver blue glow.
まずいって。
ロアの状態です。神祖は月齢によってその能力限度を上下させます。彼らは今夜のロアは限りなく不死身に近いでしょう。
As close to immortal as can be, huh? Not like that makes a difference to me. As long as the potential death still exists, I can kill it. No matter how hard he makes it for me. I just need to get close enough. Even if he guts me the next second, it won't matter if I can deliver his death in a single breath.
それにしても今夜は明るいですね。これじゃあ闇に紛れて忍び込むのも難しいです。月の明るい夜は好きなんですけど。
Yeah, Shiki not gonna bring
今日だけは
attention
別
to
物で
the...
すね。
I guess in a way. Because originally we saw them as purely red lines, but at some points it turned to like green. In some cases for some lines here and there and stuff. I guess maybe it also goes with the moon, in which case the full moon, so it's all blue. And stuff like that. I guess it's just Shiki that knows whatever, maybe. But huh. She sighs. Moonlight pierces the frozen blue night. A testimony to the death of existence. That one might even find beauty in.
そうかな。
遠野くん。
There's an intense throb. Something grates within my brain. Yeah, there's red lines there.
月の弱い明かりだと余計にはっきり見えるから。線をかき消すくらい強い日差し。
Oh, never mind. Another throb. It scratches at the fringes of my reality. Or I guess that's what he was talking about there. Like the sun makes it that, but when it's moon, it becomes this. Okay.
ああ、何もかも死にやすそうで、まるで月の子。
But it's not necessarily bad news. It means that no matter what, I won't miss Ro's death.
遠野くん、ここでお別れです。ここから先は一人で行ってください。私は別行動。
別行動？
ですね、私だってロアを処理するのが目的なんですよ。ただ、遠野くんとアルクエイドがロアに殺された後、その
Ciel declares her strategy without a hint of shame. To be honest, her sincerity inspires more confidence than half-truths ever could.
わかりました。勝手ですけど、その時は後始末を。
はい。仕事に私情を挟むのは、遠野くんは彼女のために戦うのでしょう。それと同じですから。これ以上。
はい。これでお別れかもしれないから、言っておきますね。俺。
はい。私も。
And just like that, Ciel disappears like a bird, fading into the night. Alright, we in it.
さあ、行くか。
I've also made up my mind. I pass through the main gate. It's still hard to walk. The school feels like it's miles away. But my body grows dizzy with every step. I whip myself into action, forcing my body to sprint towards the building. Ahead of Shikitono, the executor has already entered the school. It is not an insult, but an infiltration. Naturally, this is far from her first time navigating enemy territory. For the executor Seal, exterminating vampires is a matter of duty, not of pride. To challenge an enemy directly is to invite suspicion of madness. Her body moves like a shadow. Her stealth surpasses mere silence, as if there's no trace of her at all to the outside world. No scent, no body heat, not even a heartbeat. Nothing. As of now, she won't even permit herself to think. There are vampires capable of noticing intruders the second a thought crosses their mind. It's uncertain whether Michael Roa Valdemong has cultivated such ability, but a true ancestor node have possessed at least this level of spatial dominion. And if Arcueid discovered that Ciel has entered this space, that information will be relayed to Roa, engaged in battle with her. In other words, the slightest thought will ruin her chance at an ambush. So in order to avoid such an outcome, Ciel has transformed herself into a puppet. A puppet only performs the commands it has been given. It does not think. It is unmoved by outside factors. I guess sounds like Mario's probably stringing along here. Unthinkingly, the executor moves toward a location Ro's blind spot where she might deliver certain death. She has apprised herself of her surroundings through magecraft. Roa has deployed a myriad of magical formulae throughout the gymnasium, where he now waits. Arcueid is moving to meet him through the corridor which connects the gym with the main building. The concrete surface is growing more scorched by the second. It is Roa's odd, accumulating to this very moment. Contending with Arcueid's own magical energy. If Ciel were conscious, she might liken it to a powder keg. The concentration of magical energy is so dense it sparks, ready to blow at the slightest provocation, eradicating intruders and all. Will Shikitono be able to pass through here? Such thoughts did not cross her mind. The killing machine simply heads from the courtyard to the roof. Even Ro himself cannot wake her up now. But then... What? What is that? Oh god! She sees it. Like a fatal omen, something makes her question her own eyes. Dude? It clings to the wall unnaturally. Not even Ciel, with her vast history of vanquishing dead apostles and monsters alike, has heard of such an aberration, let alone see it. Oh, you know! It's just a spider with human limbs! Like... arachnophobia warning? Because, oh yeah, this feels like it's going to exuberate that so bad. Oh god, I'm not arachnophobic, but yeah, this definitely got me a little bit here. Oh my god. Its skin is tough yet supple, like leather or tree bark. Its abdomen is grossly distended. 6 legs sprout from its gut. A mass of claws or fangs grow from its shoulder, large enough to belong to a dinosaur. Its lower body resembles that of a spider. Its upper body is almost human. The 8 eyes that do dot its face are unmistakably arachnoid. Yet strangest of all... Don't look at me with those beady little eyes. A muddled awareness oozes from the aberration, one that is neither murderous nor hostile. She has faced bloodlust potent enough to foretell her... It's really hard to read. She has faced bloodlust potent enough to foretell her doom. She has faced hostility electric enough to cover her entire flesh in goosebumps. But that is not what she senses now. This creature defies analysis. It exists in none of the church's records. Of that much she is certain. This being's origins lie outside the realm of man's understanding. Something about it brings to mind a painting by a renowned artist of a dark, strikingly blue city beneath a swirling moon and stars. It almost seems to inhabit a separate dimension. Without realizing, Ciel begins to breathe again. All thoughts of Roa, Shiki, or Arcueid are erased from her empty mind. What remains is primal fear. A trace of humanity from a time before she was an executor. When she was just a little girl, ignorant of monsters and creatures of the night. In other words, she is filled with an undeniable aversion to the hideous thing before her. The entire school distorts and shakes. The amassed magical energy in the air is causing a chain reaction, warping the steel foundation of the school building. It wasn't caused by this aberration. It is a sign that the fight between Ro and Arcueid has begun.
Shima!
It was only a few seconds, but it was a fatal error nonetheless. Realized that she lost her chance to ambush Roa. Ciel immediately redirects her attention to the threat at hand. That's fine. The monster, neither insect nor beast, is nearly 3 meters tall, yet it glides across the walls with ease. It is entirely unaffected by the shaking of the building. From 8 meters away, the monster branches its grotesque arms. They extend like whips. They close in on her, but Ciel calms as she catches the familiar scent of a dead apostle from each of them. New ghoul. Ro must have placed it here to prevent her from interfering. Viewed in such a light, nothing about it is shocking. Ciel observes the physiological makeup of the ghoul from below. Its entire form is a mass of lethal weaponry, but there are 2 points which demand attention. The cluster of fangs protruding from his shoulder, and that massive left arm. Those fangs are not made for close combat. No, without a doubt. They're quite the opposite. They shoot missiles. Yeah, there are missiles made to hunt prey from afar. A direct hit from a high-velocity mass like that would splinter a human into 1,000 pieces. And if it maintains the high ground, she'll be a sitting duck. In one breath, she slipped past a wave of whistling projectiles, leaping up to the rooftop. The massive ghoul clambers onto the rooftop to cut off the executor's escape. Its 6 legs allow it to glide across the ground just as easy as it scaled the wall.
サイズの割には素早いようですが
CL views its every move, formulating her plan of attack. The giant ghoul is akin to mobile artillery. Its primary armaments comprise those elastic arms and the rows of fangs on its shoulder, which have already regrown. A variable form specialized in long-distance warfare. But that isn't to say it's ill-equipped for close combat. Why should he get too close? Its left arm would almost certainly smash through her defenses.
もっとも
That is, if it managed to hit her. Objectively, that ghoul's massive left arm is at odds with the rest of its body. The mismatched proportions ruins its balance, undoubtedly marring the creature's maneuverability. Had its arms been closer to shape and size, it could have acted as more of a stable mobile turret, giving pressure to CL from a distance. It assails her once more with its whip-like arms. Evading by the skin of her teeth, the Executor weaves her way toward their enemy. She is no longer plagued by the fear that tingled at her spine. Though her foe remains an unknown entity, she has ascertained its strength and abilities. Even if this type of ghoul never before encountered, it should pose no threat to her.
It's time to drink water.
Yeah, I'll drink water to this.
It's time to drink water.
The abilities it exhibits are not enough to kill her. CL is fully convinced that she can cull it with her current equipment. If there's one issue, it's...
時間
Though she does not know the enemy, she knows that its power is on par with that of a greater dead apostle, which means that executing once or twice will not be enough. The question is how much she must kill it before it stops regenerating.
10分それ以上は使えない
Put a little X on it. The Executor's Mage Grab burns the ghoul. Although struck by enough lightning to kill an elephant, the ghoul leaps backward and launches its counter-assault. The Executor grits her teeth. The monster is far more resilient than she anticipated. Sometimes remain until she will fell her foe. Okay. She has no way of knowing how the slight interval will affect the night's conclusion. Alright, so she's just fighting the spider a little bit. What a fucked up design for that thing. Oh my god. 10 out of 10. Wood. The school is a mess. Everywhere I look, steel and concrete have been gouged. It's like a miniature typhoon passed through before ascending upward. As fast as CL was in traversing the city, she couldn't keep up with Arcueid. The battle between Arcueid Route must already be underway. I run through the corridors. Alien sounds and structure ring through the building. A burning smell lingers in the air. My fingernails dig into my left palm, pulling back my consciousness, which slips further away with every step. The painful steam keeps me grounded enough to press forward. It doesn't matter if my nails flay my left hand. As long as my right hand can still wield a knife, I'll be okay. I pass through the hallway and run up the stairs. The sound is close now. I'm all but certain it's coming from the 3rd floor. Just a little further. If I can catch up with her, we'll stand a chance. She knows what my eyes can do. She's the type to stay calm and rational during a fight. Once she knows I'm here, she'll know how to put me to good use. She can handle defense while I go on the attack, just like when we fought Vlav. She just needs to hold off Roa, and I'll do the rest. No matter what happens or how reckless the plan is, I'll cut a way through. She just needs to hold on. I arrive on the 3rd floor. The deep gash in the wall stretched down the hallway, all the way to the passage that connects the school buildings. Forcing my stumbling feet to pick up the pace, I make a dash for the corridor. reached the part where the hallway turns into the connecting passage. Finally, I made it to the final battleground. There they are, in the corridor's center. Two figures keeping a careful distance. At the far end, I spy Roa, smug and in his element. Closer to me in the corridor's center, I see Arcueid kneeling on the floor, her breath in disarray. What is this? That's not the Arcueid I know. Her body appears woven with dark threads. She's weak, on the verge of falling apart. Not a shadow remains of the beautiful moonlit flower I saw in the hotel.
Arcueid!
I run for her, not even taking a second to concern myself with Roa. This hallway might be laced with traps, but all that matters is that I get to her as fast as possible. However, before I can reach her, a spark cracks through the air. Still kneeling, Arcueid stoles me with a terrible glare. I can't move? It's like my entire body turned to stone the instant I met her gaze.
冷たい女だ。死ぬ思いで駆けつけた仲間をまがんで束縛するとは。共に死にたいという彼の忠義ぐらい受けてやってもいいだろう。
Rose sounds delighted by the circumstances. His mockery is intended for me, but for Arcueid, who's still on the ground. Why would Arcueid use those against me? Why, damn it? Why now after I finally caught up to her? Arcueid refuses to meet my eyes, instead turning back to Roa. She doesn't speak. She has nothing to say to me. Her pained gaze reserved only for her greatest enemy. I can't even raise my voice. Her mystic eyes aren't to blame for that part. Despite coming so far, this frustration of my own helplessness is extinguishing the fire that somehow kept my body moving.
いいぞ、ようやく覚悟を決めたな、姫君。まったくもって静寂だ。何しろもう後がない。ここで私を仕留めなければ無残な死体は2つになるからな。それが嫌な。最後の誇りを見せるがいい。
Oh. Well, he got a good hit in, but I think he's gonna shrug it off. Like, I lost an eye and arm, it's fine. Roar approaches Arcueid slowly, one unbothered step at a time. His shoulders, his abdomen, and his limbs are warped and torn with every step he takes. Yeah, I don't care. But never for more than a moment. His body recovers almost instantly, and not once does the damage break his stride.
しかし、大したものだ将軍。姫君はお前を逃がすために私と差し違えることにしたらしい。だが、かつての姫君なら恐ろしくもあったが、今の君はただの吸血鬼だ。神祖としての力も従前に発揮できない。
Yeah, I'm gonna like do something quick here. It sounds like he sounds really fucking low. Can we like go in here? No, he's at 70 already. Okay. I could like probably bump him up more, but I'd rather like volume mix this as it is here. Anyway, fucking. Yeah, I'll just keep going. Sorry, like my end sub probably. I could have sworn I upped the volume on my side. I guess I did it. That's why it sounds pretty low on my end. But either way, the audio mixing is hard. I could speak from experience.
悲しいな。胸を裂くように悲しい。そして醜い。そこまでの無様を晒すのなら、いっそ欲望のままに落ちていればよかったもの。
たまれ!
Arcueid's voice rings through the corridor.
一時的な物理現象の書き換え、自然現象、空間にある熱量の自由操作、神祖が持つ 星の触覚としての当然の権利。まさに創造の権能だ。いかな魔術を極めようと人間ではお前たちには遠く及ばない。しかし同時にお前たちも人間には直接干渉することはできる。繁栄し学習し独立し知恵ある猿として進化した人間はもうこの星とは違う分類だから。できることといえばこうして真空を作り上げだがこれでは足りない。加えて今の私はお前より優れている。
Arcueid has stopped breathing. Peril cloaks her very being, like she's abandoning all of herself in a bid to gather strength.
わかるだろう。そう、死の実体験だ。私はそれを知っているが、お前は知らない。それが私たちの決定的な差だ。生きている限り生物は死を体験し得ない。それを知りうるな。転生者たるこの私だけの特権だ。
The darkness writhing around Arcueid grows more pronounced. I have to stop her. Even if it means grabbing her and slapping her cheek, I have to stop her. If I don't, then...
人は未知を本能的に恐れる生物だ。それは超越者である神祖であろうと変わらない。しかし、いかに神秘を学ぼうと、どれほど長寿の生物がいようと、無に帰るついで。お前たちは死を拒むことでその強大な力を得る。同時に弱さをも作り上げた。死を避ける貴様と死を受け入れた私。それがアルクエイド・ブリュンスタットとミハイル・ロア・バルダムヨンの質の違いだ。私は今も人として人の時代に生きている。時代から外れた亡霊に過ぎぬお前に私を罰する権利はない。
A crisp sound cuts through the hallway. The corridor's windows are being coded, overwritten by something else. Can Ro not see it? This enormous swell of power that not even death can penetrate.
それでも私に挑むというのなら止めはしない。身をもって1000年の代償を受けるがいい。その後はそうだな。やはりこの体の目的をゆっくり果たすとしよう。
His mouth twists into a smile, a crescent moon of malice. Roa finally turns his gaze towards me. Those eyes foretell the delight he'll take in killing me, in sating the grudge of his flesh, of Shiki.
つまらない。交渉はそれで終わりか、ゲロ。
Arcueid's surroundings are transfigured, as though she were recalling the planet's way of being, its atomic structure etched deeply in its atmospheric memory.
確かに、私は堕落した。
But that doesn't matter. It isn't worthy of regret. She draws in a breath as though she were seeking to devour it.
消えろ。お前に私の士気は殺させない。
The world shifts. It takes on an appearance I've never seen before. Even outside of her universe, my body's constricted by an intense, unseeable pressure. I can't even begin to imagine how horrifying it must be for Roa, locked in its confines. Cube.
術基盤がエーテルが存在しない。待て、これでは魔術が成立しない。魔力枯渇どころではない。秩序そのものが未完成だ。これでは
Arcueid sullenly raises her hand. My throat refuses to cooperate. Every part of me wants to scream that this is wrong. Sure, this will kill Roa, but at the same time, it'll all be over. She'll lose what little still remains inside of her. I know this too well, but I can't produce a single sound.
そうか。これが天体をなすもん。私のパンティオン。私を堕落させた原初の位置。祝福あれ、祝福あれ、祝福あれ。間違ってはいなかった。私の理論は間違ってはいなかったのだ。
Get cute. The vampire trapped within this pit of suffering cries out in joy. Crush this man. And with disgust emanating from her every movement. Owned. The woman in white expunges him like she were swatting a fly. When I opened my eyes, Ro was no more. He was distorted, severed, and finally compressed. The corridor has returned to its former reality. It seems its phantasmal state was only momentary. The passage the same as it ever was. Only Ro's feet remain. And yet, the battle could never end so easily.
まさしく魔の王。人知未だ及ばぬ空を覆う天外よ。
The feet move. A wet sound echoes through the corridor as they wade across the sea of blood. And then, a revolting process unfolds. With every step, Ro is rebuilt. Ankle, thigh, back. His other leg sprouts forth, followed by his torso and then his arms. Sick visual for this.
だが魔術の主婦、その見業に負けてはいない。
Automatic ink. Oh, he's still talking to her. My bad.
近年において完成の域を。
My voice fails to reach her. Still kneeling on the floor, Arcueid can't even lift her head anymore.
無意味だ。初めから無意味だ。あなたの国、800年前から無意味だ。なぜ私にとって肉体の死など通過儀礼に過ぎず、仮にこの場でこの肉体が死滅しようと、ロアはまた人の世に帰ってくる。死ぬ。私こそ完全なる不老者。私が知っている。死ぬ。あの闇を。10回とくぐり抜けたあの虚無を。危ない危ない。やはり今夜を選んでおいて正解だったな。満月でなければ足首からの蘇生などできはしない。そして姫君、お前はこの傷からは蘇生はできない。私の爪はそこにいる男と同じ能力だからな。
I can't move. I call out to her, but I'm too late. Ro, a hole once more slices through her stomach. It's effortless, like cutting a line. There's no tearing of flesh, no spilling of blood. She falls and remains completely motionless on the cold floor.
これが死を体験した末に得た力だ。皮肉な話だが、私自身もこれの使い道はわからなかった。 サンプルとして享受してくれたのは彼でね。何？コツさえつかめばどうということはない。幾度死を見てきた私にとって、物の死を読むことはそう難しくはないことだ。
Arrogantly boasting of his achievements, Roa kicks Arcueid in the side. The air crackles on impact and she's sent flying my way.
アルクエイド。
I can move. The effect of her mystic eyes must have worn off, meaning Arcueid's power is now completely spent. Shaking away the thought, I pull her into my arms. The instant I do, I'm met with a hard revelation. Her body is unbelievably cold. A little heat remains, feels like the flickering of a dying candle. I put my glasses back on out of instinctive fear. Bro is still here right in front of us. But I don't care. All that matters to me now is saving Arcueid.
アルクエイド。
I call for her. She opens her eyes slowly, as if stirred from a deep slumber. And as soon as I hear it, it's like, Of course they would play Claire de Lune here, good old Debussy. You were always at my side.
かっこ悪いとこ見せちゃった。
She smiles at me. It's a faint smile, with a brightness that feels stitched together.
何バカなこと言ってるんだお前。どうしてこんな。
My voice can barely make a sound. I wish I had the right words. I wish I knew what to say. But something's wrong with me. I can't even think right now. Arcueid's body is frigid in my arms. Horrifyingly so. If I weren't wearing my glasses, I'd undoubtedly be witnessing something even more horrifying. And I really, really don't want to see that.
どうして。
All my mouth can form is repetitive nonsense. My frustration of myself reaches a peak. And I pull Arcueid close, more tightly than ever before. That won't put strength back into her veins. Not a sliver of energy remains within her. The only thing left is a content smile on her face.
嘘だ。
This can't be happening.
どうしてこんな。どうして一人でこんなことするんだよ。俺たちは仲間だろ。協力するって。最後まで助けてやるって。
そっか。そういえばそうだったね。なんか忘れちゃった。
忘れるなよそんなこと。これじゃ俺はお前を助けるって言ったのに。ちゃんと助けるって言ったのに。
ううん、そんなことないよシキ。私あなたにいっぱい助けてもらったもの。だから助けてもらうのはもういいんだ。
She coughs weakly. Blood drips from the corner of her pained smile.
だからお礼にこれぐらいはしなくちゃって。ちょっと無理しちゃったけど、最後にロアから指揮を守れてよかった。
My breath catches. Arcueid can no longer see. She doesn't know about her wounds, or even that Ro is still alive. Her time stopped before that. From the moment she struck that final blow, that was the end of her. Stop. Please stop. Can't say a word. My throat is stuck. Refuses to move. But I can't bear to rouse her from her dream.
ありがとう。助かっ
I'm losing my mind. I can barely force the lie out of my throat. The color is fading from her eyes. Her body temperature is fading to nothing. I'm losing her. I'm going to lose her forever.
アルクエイド。
に
俺の血を飲め。そうすれば力が戻るんだろう。お前は。
Without a second thought, I shout my wish aloud. Arcueid doesn't reply. She just shakes her head faintly. So faintly I almost miss it.
なんでまだ怖いとか言ってるのか。いいからよく聞けよ。前に言ってたよな。もしも鳥や魚に自分と同じぐらいの知性があったら食べられるかって。俺は食うぞ。食わなきゃ生きていけないからな。生きるために奪うことは自然界じゃ当たり前のことなんだろう。
That's what you told me. So why? Why are you shaking your head with such pity in her eyes?
私もしもの話って好きじゃない。
She flatly refuses me, and the words she used were my own. Damn it. You told me you liked what ifs. You said you felt like there was salvation to be found in them.
そうか。俺は好きだぞ。たとえ詭弁っぽくてもさ。それなりにどこか救いがあるような気が。
A salvation you can find in them, I want to say. But I can't. My throat is trembling too much. I can hardly make a sound.
そうだったね。けど今はそれよりもっと欲しいものがあるんだ。
欲しいもの。いい。何でもしてやるから。言ってみろよ。
式にね。キスして。
What the hell? Are you really okay with something so simple? I bring my lips against hers. It's neither as sweet nor as soft as once upon a time. All it is her cold lips against mine. A kiss without warmth. But she smiles so happily, so honestly, once we're done.
よかった。憧れてたからこういうの。
そっか。変なものに憧れてたんだな。お前。
うん。なんだか嬉しい。たったそれだけのことなのにすごく気持ちよかった。ずっと長く生きてきたけど今ぐらい幸せな時間はなかったよ。
Then don't.
このまま消えてなくなってもいいかなって思えちゃった。
She softly utters those words. And with that, every bit of warmth leaves.
アルクエイド。
No reply. Though her body is right there, though I still feel her softness in my embrace. I can still recall her voice clear as day. But it's gone. I won't ever hear it again. What the hell did I do? I wanted to make her happy. I wanted to show her so many things. I wanted to take her to so many places. I wanted to be together with her forever. And now that wish will never be granted. Damn it. How could she? She passed away abruptly without giving me the chance to say anything thoughtful. I'll never be able to forget this. Her death, this awful quiet feeling that threatens to drive me insane. For as long as I live, I will carry them with me. Footsteps. The man who observed us has resumed his approach.
終わったかね、式。
I gently lower what remains of the pale flower in my arms.
終わっちまった。
Setting up for this one here. I lift my head to face her enemy.
It's time to drink water.
Let's do it now.
It's time to drink water.
We face off in this moonlit corridor. Roa doesn't move. The fact that he saw fit so to simply watch in silence is proof of his revolting confidence.
しかし、生きていたのは予想の外だったよ。
Roa speaks at me as if nothing happened. I take off my glasses and draw my knife.
死が見える人間というものは死から逃れる術に長けているということか。生命力の強い弱いの問題ではなく、まあ往生際が悪いとも言うがね。
We're both living pieces of filth. We failed to die when we were supposed to, and we've been half dead since.
死から帰ってきた者は死というものを理解できる。私と君はその中でもさらに特別な能力があったケースだ。私はこの極点に到達するまで16回もの死を体験してきたが、正直才能の違いだろうな。もしその体に転生していたらどれほどの異能になったのか。
Yeah, that'd be crazy. He's so goddamn conceited. His smug voice grates on my ears, summoning another headache.
2つ聞くことがあって、1つだけ教えてやることがある。
Despite this headache filling up my cranium, I demand one final conversation with him.
ほう、いいだろう。言ってみたまえ。
His demeanor is one of absolute confidence, of a man who considers himself every bit my superior. This whole situation amuses him, which is good. The more he acts as though he's a person, a creature of intellect and mind, the more I remember my rage. A scornful smile graces my lips, now that I no longer have to adhere to it.
1つ目に聞くことが一番大事なんだけどさ。お前、なんでアルクエイドを殺した？
なぜもあるまい。自分の命が狙われているんだ。殺し返すのは当然だろう。もっとも、私が欲しかったものは弱りきった姫君ではなかったが、今回の私なら最高の状態に仕上げた彼女を解体できた。だという。その機会は失われた。一回の吸血鬼と変わらぬ真素で手に入れても意味はない。よって価値がないと判断し始末をつけた。こんな結果に終わったのは私にとっても残念だよ。
His lips are curled into a grin. My head hurts. Every muscle in me wants to move, to stop him from breathing. I can't stand the thought of him living even a second longer.
さて、 それでこの後はどうする？まさかその体で私とやり合おうという腹でもあるまい。無様な抵抗ほど冷めるものはないぞ、殺人鬼。
He's telling me what I already know. My dizziness overtakes me, and I drop to my knees. I no longer possess the strength to stand up straight, but something draws my eye.
よせよせ。いくら私の死を見たところで触れられなければ意味はないし、その繊維は間違えている。
間違えている。
そうだ。君は私の敵にはなり得ない。性能の差を言っているのではない。殺害が可能か不可能かの例えでもない。君にはある一点において私を敵にする心理が欠けている。
It's the first time his words have carried anything of value. Nothing he's ever said or will ever say was worth committing to memory. But just now, it feels like his words contained a vital truth.
私は君の能力を高く買っている。どうも指揮としての人格は消えつつあるらしい。党の指揮への恨みを晴らした以上、今の私は指揮寄りではなくロア寄りということか。
He approaches. With every footstep, it's as if the contours of his form fade away. Is it an illusion? It must be. Reality couldn't just melt away like this. So it must be my vision that's fading. Rage and loathing towards him. Rage and loathing towards myself. My emotions mix, bubble, and boil, rattling the lid that just barely keeps them contained. Yes, somewhere beyond my rational thought, the cicada's cries of summer beckon. From this hollow shell I call a self, something gushes outward, something that must not be defined.
この力は素晴らしいだろう、指揮。喜んでいい。直視の魔眼を所持できる者は私たちぐらいのものだ。その希少能力をなくしてしまうのは惜しく、何より我々は同じもの。誰よりも互いを理解できるだろう。パートナーとしてこれほど心強い者はいまい。
仲間になれと言っているのか。
まさか仲間にしてやるんだよ、この私がな。君の意志なぞ知らない。そんな不純物はここで消す。安心しろ。その血を吸い上げ魂まで略奪した後、私が君を何のためらいもなく死を行使できる存在に仕立て上げよ
う。The distance between us doesn't matter. As long as he's in front of me, it'll be fine. As long as I'm still alive, it'll be fine.
あと一つ、お前に見えているものは生き物だけの話だな。
当然だろう。生物でなければ命はない。命の源である箇所は生き物にしかありえない。
やっぱりガテンが言ったよ、吸血鬼。
I squeeze my knife in my hand. All of me freezes over, from my extremities to my heart. My brain knows only agony. But it isn't enough. It's not anywhere near enough. I go further. There's no cause for hesitation. The woman who rebuked me has already left this world.
腑に落ちんな。最後の言葉にしては不相応だ。まあいい。おしゃべりは終わりにしよう。どこぞに隠れている教会の女の始末もある。 喜べよしき。私のしもべにした後の最初の相手は頼りにしているあの女だ。
That's the kind of provocation I was waiting for. I'll give him exactly what he wants. No morality sensibility remains. I can't recall any prospects forms. The flesh that formed my being has rotted away. That which claimed to be me is now lost. I don't know. Oh! What it means to be human anymore. Yeah? What? The man halts suddenly, his face frozen. His body, which has lost its basis for living, is as still as an unborn fetus.
待て、なんだこれは。
His world is unchanged. He experiences no shortcomings. Oh. There's nothing he could have sensed. Nothing that could offer some threat.
なぜ私の足も。
Well, my leg's falling apart as well. But that's the precise source of the terror in his eyes.
俺とお前が見ているものは違うよ、吸血鬼。
My body feels like it's set ablaze.
お前は命を見ているだけだ。死を理解していない。だから俺も殺せず、弱りきった女しか殺せない。
My brain is white hot.
死が見えているのなら、正気でなんかいられない。お前にわかるのは、物を生かしている部分だけだ。死が見えるのなら、とても立ってなんていられない。
It's like the surface of the moon, a wasteland of extinction. To see the death of things is to be tossed into a vague, fragile world. A world where there's no ground below, where even the sky appears frail, as if it will fall at any moment.
何のことを言っている貴様。
Roa wavers with every word. That's only fair. He can't comprehend a single thing I'm saying. There's only one explanation. Our eyes may be similar, but they're entirely distinct.
やめろ。その目で私を見るな。
Fear is mixed in with his voice. Roa summarized it so aptly before. People instinctively fear the unknown.
1秒先にも世界すべてが死んでしまいそうな錯覚をお前は知らない。それが死を見るということだ。この目は得意げに語れるものじゃない。
There was a time when I was afraid to even walk around. If it weren't for her, I would have lost my mind a long time ago.
それがお前の勘違いだ、吸血鬼。命と死は背中合わせでいるだけで永遠に顔を合わせることはないものだ。
だからその目で私を見るなと言っている。
His footfalls close in, but his lightning speed from before is gone. The price he paid for using too much of his power on Arcueid. In that case, there's no need to affirm my theory any further.
教えてやる。これが物を殺すということだ。
The single stab is many times cleaner. moment later, the corridor groans in agony as it collapses beneath our feet. Oh, fuck. Ro's screams are drowned out by the cacophony of crumbling concrete. The corridor was killed. Devoid of any meaning and purpose, it disintegrated into nothing. Caught within the passage collapse, Roa fell, crushed by the debris. A natural destruction. The corridor, which stretched between me and the other building, is the only part that collapsed, as though it was made of a different material. Ignoring the cries of my aching head and freezing body, I descend the stairs. I survey the scene beneath the moonlight. What was once the courtyard is now a sea of rubble. In its very center, something disturbs the surface. He really is filth. Though I'm on the verge of collapsing, I climb the rubble. Roa's lower body is gone, erased. He doesn't even regenerate, as if that part of him was decreed by destiny to no longer exist. But his upper half, having dragged itself out of the rubble, is still as functional as ever. If nothing else, I have to respect his perseverance, his willingness to cling to life. The monster sloshes around in a sea of his own blood. Will he recover? It's looking like it. What a quick adaptation. If neither resurrection or regeneration can be of service to him, he'll simply create what he needs. It's a remarkably vampiric approach. In a few minutes, she'll have crafted an adequate replacement for his lower body. I step over the rubble towards my target. The monster looks up and stares at me. Its eyes are filled with a malice so pure, so dense, it looks ready to overflow. Its voice drips with loathing. From its severed waist, the new lower half rapidly starts to coagulate. The blood that covered the rubble with a thick crimson film reverses its course, flowing inward like a video on rewind. I mutter a response as I relax my right hand. The thing's point is a little to the right of its heart. I thrust, and the blade sinks smoothly into his chest. It's like stabbing through paper, the insipid, unexceptional sensation of death. Fucking own. Ah. That's all I can say in response. But this man has already experienced death plenty of times, in one form or another. He knows what this sensation means better than anyone.
恐ろしくはないだろう。お前にとっては馴染んだ道だ。違うところがあるとすれば、今度は帰ってこられない。
I withdraw the knife and turn around. Its life has already ended. A quick and easy death, even simpler than closing one's eyes. I'm dazed. My body may be at its limit, but my mind is even past that. Arcueid mentioned something about this, that I shouldn't look at death for too long, that if I push myself, the blood vessels in my brain will rupture and burn out. None of that matters to me. If this is how things are going to play out, if I'm okay with the winding up broken, I should have finished Roa faster. If I had, then maybe she might still... I collapse face down on the ground. There's a pain in my ankle. When I turn to look, I see it. A monster dragging itself forward with only its right arm. Squirming, writhing, he climbs atop my fallen body. His bloodied hand wraps around my neck and squeezes. A maw of jagged teeth opens and reaches for my throat. Fangs meet flesh. They pierce the fragile skin of my neck.
Oh.
Thanks, bestie. And then he's gone. In a single moment, Ro is sliced into 1,000 pieces. What happened to that spider you were fine? Did you just soloed it? Like, just that easy? Before me stands Ciel, her blades in hand. She is alive and well, albeit short of breath. Fucking kill stealer? I'm not really following her here.
ですから、ロアを殺したのは私です。その功績も責任もすべて私にあります。あなたになんてただの一つもあげません。
Okay.
なので、遠野くんは手ぶらで何もできなかったといじけて帰っちゃってください。
Ciel smugly puts a hand on her hip to punctuate her words. She's so unfair. Just when I thought I'd never smile again, she forced one out of me.
先輩、それ詭弁だよ。
詭弁でしょうか。でも優しい嘘ならそれもいいと思います。
It's not the first time I've heard words like that. They sound a lot like what someone said when I told her I hate what ifs.
そうだね。なんとなくどこか救いが残っているのかも。
How happy that would be.
今は体の問題が先でした。大丈夫ですか、遠野くん。噛まれませんでした？
Ciel quickly lowers herself to examine my fallen body. My consciousness is slipping. My brain wants to rest. It doesn't want to keep thinking.
遠野くんってば。
Her voice fades into the distance. Remorse, regret. The headache carving into my brain. The warmth lingering on my palms. All of them fade away into nothingness, like a fever cooling after a long night. I remember looking up at a moon like this once, long ago. But my eyes stay open. My mind shuts down, like someone switched off a monitor. Well, there we go. Man. Ooh-wee. Yeah, I was not expecting the battle with Roa to be that kind of, compared to how fucking dynamic and big it got with, like, Vlov, I didn't expect it to be that kind of, like, in retrospect, the kind of small scale, but still just as probably punctual and powerful with its moments here and stuff like that and shit. God damn. We might see him again. Maybe in another route a little bit. But alright. Final day. The Moon Princess. Ooh, it's all white on the thing.
Shiki-sama, 朝です。
A familiar voice drifts in.
四季様、どうかお目覚めください。昨日に引き続き遅刻をなされますと、明葉様との約束を破ることになってしまいます。
It's hard to tell whether the voice is tense or
で
composed.
は、僭越ながら、今朝も明葉様にお叱りを受けるということで、2日目となると、指導も体罰の域に達するかと存じますが。
Jeez, could she paint a more terrifying picture?
起きるからちょっと待って。
Murmuring from the confines of my blanket, I slowly blink myself into consciousness.
おはようございます、四季様。
はい、おはよう。
Still half asleep, I answer and put my glasses on. It's just past 7 a.m. Like clockwork, Hisui has come to wake me as usual. I, on the other hand, seem to have just woken up on time today by chance.
朝食の支度が整っています。着替えが済み次第、食堂にいらしてください。
Hisui bids me farewell with a bow. I give a big stretch before pushing myself out of bed. After putting on my school uniform, I tidy up my desk, which is still a mess from yesterday's studying. I open up one of the drawers to stow some things away. My eyes fall to the knife tucked inside. It's lain here unused ever since that night. The curtain swayed gently. Hisui must have opened the window earlier. The sky is invigorating and clear. But the breeze from outside feels a little chilly against my skin. After everything that happened, I woke to find myself back in my bedroom. CL must have carried me back. I still count my blessings that she never told Aki and the others I'd snuck out. It's been a month since then. My life is the same as it ever was before. The relationships I have with Aki hasn't changed even after I learned the truth. Every now and then I'm reminded of what happened before, but in the end we're still family. School hasn't changed much either, aside from the fact that they're still repairing the corridor I destroyed. No casualty reported in the collapse. No one was injured. Not even a single bloodstain was found in the wreckage. Whatever might have been there vanished without a trace. The only thing that did change was the number of students on our school's register. I seem to be the only one who even remembers we're missing a third year. Soya is now free from the serial killings that once plagued it. Since the killer was never technically caught, the city remains silent at night. But I predict things will go back to normal once another month or so has passed. In the end, it looks like I can carry on with my old life like nothing's wrong, even when it feels like I'll never fill the hole in my heart. One way or another, I'll manage. Sometimes when I recall our time together, I'm crushed by a feeling of utter helplessness, but I don't think I'll lose my mind anytime soon. I don't know if I'll ever be able to cope with the pain, or if I'll eventually just get used to living with this void. Our memories don't last forever, even if I record all that happened and refuse to forget it. In those moments, her mannerisms, the sound of her voice, all of it will fade in time. Vivid as they may be now, one day I'll look back on these memories as just another thing that happened to me once upon a time. But until that day comes, I find myself keeping the promises we made, even when I know it's pointless.
秋も時期終わりかな。
The outside air is so clean and crisp it's practically suffocating. Taking a deep breath, I shut the windows. Class has ended, and though everyone else has gone home, I stay until the sky grows dark. The classroom is bathed crimson. Through the window, I watch the burning twilight fan out into the sky. The sun begins to melt into the vast horizon below it. I'll always be waiting for her. As long as I still remember our promise, I'll continue to wait right here until this vision vanishes into nothing. It's the one promise we never fulfilled. When this is all over, once we defeat the vampire, I mean, before you leave, do you want to do this again, just one more time? She tilted her head in confusion, I think. So I wonder what it'd be like if we just met, with no obligations hanging over our heads, nothing pushing us together. That's what I said. But really, all I could think of was her. I wanted to meet her as more than just two people forced together by fate. To spend at least one day as friends.
It's time to drink water.
Drinking water, doing pointless things, and making meaningless memories. She sounded happy at the prospect. Okay, let's come back here when it's all over, Shiki. Even won't have any meaning. I just know it'll be a lot of fun. Her eyes widened for a moment, then she nodded. And there, in a classroom steeped in sunset, she gave me her promise with an unabashed smile. I remember our promise. I remember her smile. I remember it all. And I'll never forget. I will not forget. I'll always remember our promise to meet here, in this room painted the fiery hues of twilight. The sun dips into the horizon. Seconds stretch into hours as I wait for the vermilion to dissipate. A time of serenity until the scarlet sky fades. In this suspended world, a moment feels the same as an eternity. Or perhaps I simply lost my mind a long time ago. I continue waiting for someone who will never show. Forever holding on to that brief happiness we shared. There's a click. Then, the sound of something brushing against the desk. I turn to look. The closed window is now open. I realize she's finally here, standing beside the window, dyed in rays of crimson. Hello, Oomph. She doesn't move from the window. The distance between us seems too far to cross, even though she's standing right here before my very eyes. The words don't come. Even so, I feel terribly calm.
参ったな。本当はそっと消えるつもりだったんだけど、シキ、いつまでも待ってるんだもん。放っておけないから出てきちゃった。
Her smile was gentle, almost bashful.
そりゃそうだよ。言っただろ。お前との約束は二度と破らないって。
そうだったね。ありがとう。約束を守ってくれて。
I could say the same thing. Whether this is real, or some illusion fabricated by my adult mind, I need to thank her for granting my wish.
でも、ごめんね。今度は私の方が約束を守れない。
なんで？
My own response catches me off guard. My voice wasn't angry or pleading, but gentle. I'm surprised and pleased that I managed to react this way.
うん。式には私がロアを追いかけている理由を話してなかったよね。実はね、私、ずっと昔に一度だけ人間の血を飲んだことがあったの。その時に力の一部をその人間に取られてしまって、そいつはすごく強力な人になって。
Picture comes in the focus.
それがロア。
そう。その時まで私は吸血衝動というものを知らなかった。他の神祖たちも私にだけはないんだって信じてたみたい。けど私の衝動は単に来るのが遅かっただけ。その時まで、血に乾く時が来るまで、私は自分が吸血種であることさえ意識しなかった。だからあれがいけないことなんだっていうこともわからなかった。
Of course. She was taught nothing but the bare essentials. Never once did they think to teach her that she was the same as those she killed.
でもそれは弁明にならないわ。たった一度の過ちで私はみんな壊してしまった。だから二度と人の血は吸わない。けど一度でも血を吸ってしまった神祖は人の血を吸わないと正気でいられなくなってしまう。私がこうしていられるのはね、シキがロアを完全に殺してくれたから。今まで何度あいつを消滅させても消えるのは肉体だけで魂までは殺せなかった。けどシキはあいつの存在そのものを殺してくれた。おかげで奪われていた力が戻ってなんとか蘇生することができたんだ。でもそれが精一杯。私の中の吸血衝動はもう抑えきれないところにまでやってきちゃった。だから
そんなことどうでもいい。
シキとはもう会えない。約束破っちゃってごめん。
None of that matters to me. I just want you by my side.
約束守れるよ。
シキ、
俺の血を吸え。そうすれば何もかも解決じゃないか。
Time passes around us. Neither of us can say a word. The silence threatened to swallow us whole.
すごく嬉しい。けどやっぱりいいや。シキの血はいらないよ。
なんで俺の血じゃダメなのか。俺の血を吸えない理由なんか。
She nods quietly.
好きだから吸わない。
With a smile like a flower in full bloom, she bids me the deepest of farewells. I take a deep breath. It takes every fiber of my being to hold back my emotions. I want to stop her. I want to stop her. I want to stop her. Even if it means killing her, I want to stop her. But her smile is just too radiant. I can't let my selfishness tarnish this moment.
さよなら。今まで本当にありがとう、シキ。
My throat trembles. I can't make a sound. Even so, I have to say goodbye. It's something I learned as a kid. How to part with those important to you.
俺は嘘つきだ。
どうして？シキは約束を守ってくれたよ。
どうしようもない嘘つきだ。お前を幸せにするって言ったのに。
I vowed I would.
そんなことない。私はこれから眠り続けるけど、その間に四季の夢を見る。あなたと過ごした時間はすごく楽しかった。何の意味もないけど、それはきっとすごく楽しいよ。だからね、四季。私は幸せだよ。四季はちゃんと私に幸せをくれたんだから。
My emotions catch in my throat. How can I?
優しいね、四季。やっぱり最後にお別れを言いに来てよかった。私、四季のことを愛してる。正直で危なげで私にだけうるさくて一生懸命前向きだったあなたを愛してる。だからお願い、これからもずっとそのままで生きていってね。
For just a moment, there's a touch of sorrow to her smile. Then, with a final wave goodbye, she leaves, as though dissolving into the dusk. I've been gritting my teeth, desperately holding back the tears. She wore a smile to the very end, so I didn't want her to see me cry. But now that the classroom is empty,
そっか。約束守ったじゃないか。
here in this classroom, you met me again. You kept your word. Although things were lost along the way, the story came to its own end. The curtain has fallen on the fleeting, frantic time we spent together. When you think about it, goodbyes happen all the time. For me and her, it just came a little sooner than most. All things considered, I'm satisfied with this ending. She survived. She told me she was happy, with a smile on her face.
嘘だ。そんなんじゃない。そんなものが俺は欲しかったんじゃない。
Yeah, I wanted so much more. I wanted to spend more time together. I wanted to talk about everything. I wanted to feel the warmth of her skin. I wanted to see her smile again and again and again. More than anything, I just wanted to make her happy. Happier than she's ever been before. Instead, she smiled until the end. She told me to keep on living. Then she left me here.
バカ野郎。
It was her last wish. At my core, I'm hollow as a corpse. She knows I'm nothing but a coward, always fighting back his fears. Even still, she smiled and told me to press on, to keep fooling myself, no matter how hard this uncertain life gets, until the day comes when I can look back on the present as another memory. But I can't. I just don't think I have it in me. How could I ever go back to living my old life? Even so, I've got to. So she can dream in peace. I have to grant her at least that much. By the time I realize it, the sun has long since disappeared beneath the horizon. The red sky has been painted over in deep blue. An indigo night. A brilliant white moon. They're all that remain. But it makes for a beautiful memory. I sigh. It's a long, full sigh, almost akin to a prayer. Even if she isn't here anymore, I still have to voice the words I forget to say.
じゃあな。俺もすごく
So ends my final memory of her. Eventually the moon will darken and the night will end. For now, the glass moon sits alone, perched in the night sky. A memory so distant, so fragile, it could shatter with a single touch. I'll keep gazing at it, forever until dawn steals the night away. Well, there we go. That is it for the Arcueid Route. Oh man. I'm going to let the music play. I'm worried that this might cause a copyright strike a little bit. The intro got copyright claimed. I'm worried if this is gonna do worse. But yeah, I'll let it play out if it does. But at the very least, YouTube has it where you can like mute the part of it and whatever and stuff like that, which is unfortunate because I'm probably gonna go mute if that does happen a little bit, unless it strikes or whatever. If it doesn't strike anyway, but we'll see. I'll let it play out for this once here. I'll probably like replace it with a different song the next time we're back here and stuff. But you know, that is it. That is it for the Arcueid Route, specifically the Arcueid Route in Tsukihime, a piece of blue glass moon. We still have a bit more to do. There is still the CL route that we can now do after this here, so yeah, there's gonna be more. Oh boy. So if I had to wager a guess here, because I know there's this ending and then there's the CL ending. Because I didn't look at the full extent of the flowchart. I at least know how long things are and stuff like that. I know that there is a true ending that I can imagine happens in this Arcueid route. Like, we got the normal ending a little bit here and there and shit. And I can only assume that we cannot get that yet until we are done with the CL route. So we'll be sure to do that. And once we do that, we'll load into the big old true end of the Arcueid route, I'm assuming here and stuff like that. But yeah, as far as... Yeah, this was really good. This was really good, actually. Super good, a little bit, actually. Really enjoyed my time following Shiki's little vampiric adventures here. Thought Arcueid was a cool character, along with everyone else here and stuff like that. And yeah, I just liked how it all kind of comes together here and stuff like that. With still some stuff here, we're just like, oh, geez, man, there's still more to find out, man. Like, oh, fuck. Almost if there's like a half of this game that's not going to be present here. Because, yeah. Because, yeah, as far as I'm aware, like, Arcueid's and CL's routes are called, like, near side. Akiya, Hisui, and Kohaku's are called far side routes a little bit and stuff like that, where Arcueid and Cia are gonna be focused on like the vampire stuff here and shit. And Akia's and the twins are gonna be focusing more on the family of the Tonos and stuff like that. Because I do think that part is really interesting. I want to learn more about. Like, we got a good bit of it here still. But I imagine there's questions that we're not going to be getting answers to relatively soon unless you played the original Tsukihime and shit like that. So it's like, what's the deal with like our boy Shikitono, who has the eyes of death perception, and how that came to being and whatever and stuff like that. Because I would love to see that, but yeah, I feel like it's going to be only in case in the original Tsukihime, which is like, that's something. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to stream that or not, quite frankly. I know, again, there's like a browser version you can play that's really accessible and has its options here and there and stuff like that. So yeah, just checking like the Akia and the twins routes or whatever and stuff like that. I don't know. Because I know it's kind of like just like wait until the other remake comes out, man. Trust, like they're still working on the Fate Extra remake that's been forever. Like, I don't know. We will see. We will see. We will see. It is interesting though, because apparently if that does come out at some point, that's going to have like a new route, the Satsuki route here. Because yeah, she kind of just disappears in the middle of this. Like, it's really funny. Like, in retrospective, and again, that's only for like the other routes to learn where the fuck she went through and stuff like that. But I think it's interesting that we'll get a route with her eventually when that comes, because apparently that leads into like the Melty Blood timeline, which is kind of interesting and shit. But yeah, I don't know. We will see. We will see. We will see what happens in the future here and stuff like that. Any stingers? Nope. In Arcueid Route ending. All right, we did it, everyone. We got the first ending of 3, the normal good ending here. It only took us 4 bad ends to get this. Yay! Alrighty, don't want to press a button here. Moon Princess. That's like the name of the game in Japanese, in English rather. Teach me, Miss Ciel. Well, I guess we gotta. Hey, Ciel.
月の姫は去り、少年は夢から覚めた。かくて、すべて世はこともなし。エンド後のお助けコーナー、教えてシエル先生も今回はお休みです。月姫アルクエイドルートクリア。お疲れ様でした。ここまでプレイしていただき、誠にありがとうございます。今はゆっくり目を休ませて、体をいたわっていただければ。そして、もし気に入ってくれたのなら、引き続き月姫の世界をお楽しみください。今の遠野くんなら、今回のルートではできなかった選択ができるでしょう。
Seal just nudging, just like, you want to play my route now? Like, fucking.
ゲームはこれで折り返し。フローチャートを頼りにするのもいいですが、1日目からプレイし直し、未知の選択肢を選んでいくのもおすすめです。真素とは何なのか、ロアの目的とは何だったのか、残されたいくつかのファクターを明らかにする。これまでとは全く違う吸血鬼退治。月の表、そのすべてを見せるルートでもう一度お会いしましょう。
You got it, bestie. Alrighty. Alright. So yeah. With the Arcueid Route done, we can now jump into the CL route here, so... Yippee! Alright, so yeah, it looks like... Yeah, imagine this does, like, a whole master save system here. So, we have, like, the thing and stuff like that, maybe. So we don't have to, like, Yeah, instead of going, like, just the thing, like, the flowchart here. Yeah, because can I just go to this anywhere here? Oh, I can. Okay. I don't want to do that right now, though. Go back. Go back to title screen. It still saves, like, everything here, though, right? I imagine it does. Yeah. Yeah, who-wee. What a crazy 2 weeks this has been. In-game, anyway. Alright. Alright. You know, we are pretty much at the perfect stopping point here, so yeah. Despite finishing the Arcueid route, we still got a little bit to do. A new beginning with new routes to go on. Oh boy. Maybe we can learn more things, like they were talking about the true ancestors in Roa still. But some of these other characters here, like, let me see. Yeah, Satsuki, we're probably not gonna learn what happened to her. Whatever happened to that girl. It's too bad they got her. Yeah, we still have Mystery Girl right here as his own little tag here. That was seen like maybe once or twice during the regular run a little bit. Maybe we can learn more about her in the CL route. Goto we've only seen once without like the bad ending a little bit, so maybe more stuff with him as well. Yeah, maybe with the three here. We didn't see Carius like at all besides like the little bit of him just with the like it's still not a really proper role introduction or whatever, so yeah, I'm very curious. I'm very curious of what more we can learn on the CO route here. But yeah, until then, yeah, we'll tackle it some point this week. I'm probably gonna get another stream playthrough to go alongside this here and stuff like that. So we'll probably do that on Tuesday, get that started and shit like that. And once we get a session of that in, we'll probably jump back in this and just kind of rotate between the two here and stuff like that. So yeah. But yeah, until then, that is going to be it for the Arcueid Brunstein route of the remake of Tsukihime, A Piece of Blue Glass Moon. And so, friends and guildmates, thank you so much for watching. Like I said, my current stream plan right now is Tuesday. We will begin streaming our other kind of like stream playthrough to go alongside this and kind of rotate in between and stuff like that. Probably a day or two after that, so Wednesday or Thursday, we will properly begin the CL route here and just pretty much see this through to the end here a little bit. So yeah. And yeah, I'll think about it. I'm leaning towards probably not against looking at the original Tsukihime, at least for like the Akia, Hisu, and Kohaku routes a little bit, because I'd rather just wait until until the day I'm 40, which is 10 years from now, when the other part comes out. Like, yeah, I don't know. A part of me kind of want to look over some stuff from the original going into the CL route here and shit, just like compare and contrast, you know, and stuff. Because imagine some stuff's gonna be vastly different this route, maybe, and shit. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I don't know whether we'll do that or not. I'll think about it a little bit and shit. But yeah, until then, I have been your host, Laguo Jadeheart, your favorite little fishman VTuber. Thank you guys so much for watching. Have yourselves a good one. And take care. I will see you guys next time. Change the world. My final message. And goodbye.